remain silent. Anything you say regarding the facts of your case can and will be used against you. You also have the right to an attorney. If you have never appeared at an Orca calendar and you wish to have the services of the Public Defender's Office, please look at the chat. I'm gonna ask that the members of the Public Defender's Office who are on Zoom, please put their information into the chat so that those who are interested in seeking your services can begin to do so and qualify, so that we're not here for the entire day to address that matter. All participants, this particular proceeding is being
I'm sorry.
broadcast.
Good
over the
morning, Judge Williams.
live
If you're
stream.
speaking
It
to
is
us, we
also
can't
being
hear you.
recorded. That means that any member of the public can log on and watch this. All right, I'm first gonna call the Orca B status conference calendar just to see who's here. If there is an announcement from the state regarding null prize, please let me know that at this time. Otherwise, let's just see who is in attendance today, all right?
Judge Williams.
First name, Ashley Denham.
Judge Williams. I'm sorry to interrupt. This is Evan Glanville, court
Paris
supervisor.
Johnson. Mr. Ralph, yes?
She should be on. I talked to her yesterday. She should be on Zoom.
She is not.
Hey, Judge, can you hear us on
I'll call
Zoom?
her.
All right. Paris Johnson.
I don't think she can
Hey.
hear you.
Oh, yeah.
he is on
I'll try to
Zoom.
call Mr. Ralph
I'm
or Mr. Gaither.
confused as why that case is on the calendar. He got accepted into mental health program. Couldn't have been 2 weeks ago.
So you're saying that that case has been,
He's been accepted into the misdemeanor mental health program, and the woman showed up.
oh, Paris Johnson is, I see Paris Johnson is present.
Right, he's present too.
Okay, so you're saying that this case should not be in Orca any longer, Mr. Raffal? Let me see what the notes say. Transfer, oh, it does say transferred. It was arraigned previously.
Right, right.
No further action. I'm sorry, Mr. Raffal, please continue. You're saying that this case should not be here.
It should not be here. I think he's been accepted. The woman showed up from the program and announced he had been. We could ask him if he started, but he'll be in there, several months. I'm sure.
Judge Williams, can you hear us on
This
Zoom?
month, I think.
All right.
I don't think she can.
All right, we'll come
I'm not
back.
sure
At
why.
least he's present. Oh, I see that no one can hear on Zoom. I see that notice now. All right, I don't know what the problem is.
Can anyone hear us in the courtroom?
Hey, guys, can
All
you
right,
hear
well,
me?
let's keep going with who's here. I guess we'll have to come
Yes.
back. Let's see.
Well, this is the Spanish interpreter, and I am able to hear you, Your Honor. Hello?
She can't.
Right, I
hear.
know. I just can't hear any of you all. All right, let's see. Any indication why we can't hear in the courtroom? Are the speakers on down below?
Yes, they should be on.
Microphones are on.
Testing.
Are you all able to hear me?
Yes, we can hear.
You all can hear me? Okay, we just can't hear them. Which mic? Mine is on, they can hear me. We just can't hear anyone that's on Zoom. Okay, let's check over here to make sure that, no, that wouldn't be it. It would be the courtroom speakers. All right, start taking it now.
Can you hear?
I can hear you all now. All right.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, did we start with the Orca B status calendar?
Yeah.
Is that, okay.
All right, Mr. Johnson. Oh, thank you. Good morning. Good to see you.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Mr. Johnson, have you already contacted mental health care?
Yes, I attended last week, as a matter of fact.
Yes, Your Honor, it's been confirmed. He appeared for both of these cases on January 13th at 9:30 as
All
instructed.
right, so it should no longer be on the Orca calendar. You continue to follow up there, all right, Mr. Johnson? And you're free to go for the day, all right?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Take
Your
care.
Honor, if we could go
Yes.
back to position one, was the no process announced on Ashley Denham?
Okay, thank
Already
you.
been- Yes, that has
And
already
if you
been,
would send that to Miss Essen Smith for my.
it's already been entered. It was done on December 27th. So
Okay,
it should not be on the
wonderful.
calendar.
That's interesting. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
No need to clarify that. Thank you. Kiara Smith,
Good morning, Your Honor. We are present.
all right, present. All
It
right,
says
we'll
the
come back
state-
to the,
Your
I think the
Honor,
state has,
null process, and I just sent the pre-paper, I'm sorry, the null process over to Ms. Smith.
oh, okay, thank you, Ms. Githia. So that'll be the end of Ms. Smith's case. I'll sign that non-process order, Mr. Richardson.
thank you, Your Honor, and have a good day.
Take care. Bye-bye. John Tate III. He's present in the courtroom. Are you represented by counsel, Mr. Tate?
He is, Judge. Good morning. Frank Gaither for the
Good
for
morning.
Mr. Tate.
Do you mind leaning over? It's hard for me to see you.
Oh,
Oh, just a little bit. Thank
how's
you.
that?
Go
Is that
ahead.
better?
That's
Okay.
much better. Go ahead.
Yes, let me speak with Mr. Tate.
I'm sorry, you said you need to speak?
Yeah, I need to speak with Mr. Tate.
Okay, so we'll come back.
Yeah,
to
hold
that.
on announcement. Okay.
Okay, we'll come back. All right, that completes the Orca B status. There's only one case to address there. We're now gonna go to the Orca E status conference calendar. Irvin Barclay. Is Mr. Barclay present on Zoom or in court? Okay. Antonio Cox. And it says that he must appear in person. Is Mr. Cox in the courtroom? All right. Shaquem Hellman.
Oh, I'm sorry, Judge. I was making a note, just so you know, Frank Gaither, I represent Mr. Cox, just so the court will know.
All right, and it says here that he was directed to come here in person.
Your Honor, if I may, I believe I received a text message last night from a private defense counsel. There were 2 notices sent out, one for Zoom and one for in person. So there may be some confusion, but if he is not
He's
here at
not
all,
here. Yeah, he's not here at all.
they
So
would ask for a bench
whatever
warrant.
the confusion is, it didn't make it onto this calendar. So we'll come back. All right. Is Mr. Hellman present? All right. Dortisha Richardson. Is Ms. Richardson here? She's directed as well.
And good morning, Judge. That's my case.
All right. Any announcement where Ms. Richardson is? She's directed to appear in person.
Ms. Richardson, you here? In person?
All right. Margaret Simmons. All right, Ms. Simmons is here. Are you representing, is that your client as well, Mr. Gaither?
Yes, it is, Judge.
Do you need to speak with her?
I would like to speak with the state about that case.
All right. Whose case is that one for the state?
Mine, Your Honor, Sarita Githia.
Good morning, Ms. Githia. All right, we'll come back to that position. Alan Walker. I thought I saw Mr. Walker on Zoom. I see Mr. Walker is present. Mr. Renfroff, is that your case?
Yes, I need to a pretrial, and I don't know the solicitor in that case.
All right, is that you as well, Ms. Githia?
Yes, it is.
All right, so we'll be able to do that shortly. All right, thank you. That concludes the Orca E status conference calendar.
Your Honor, did numbers, I didn't hear number 3 calls.
Number 3, Shaquem Hellman. I called Mr. Hellman.
Is he on?
Is that you who just walked in late? Are you Mr. Hellman? Okay, that's not helpful. All right, Mr. Hellman's not here.
He should be on. I talked to him yesterday. It was
Or he is not, and the notes say that he was directed to come in person. So I guess whoever handled Orca last directed him to come in. Okay, so we'll have to come back to that position. I believe that concludes Orca E status conference. And now we'll only have the final plea calendar. Kenneth Street. Is Mr. Street present to take his plea?
That's mine, Your Honor. Mr. Street.
It's like this right here.
Don't see him on Zoom.
Okay, he's not here. Now we're gonna go to Orca B final plea calendar to see if these people are present to take their pleas. Alfred Andrews.
Good morning, Judge. Frank Gaither for Mr. Andrews. That's my case.
All right, is your client present and ready to take a plea?
Mr. Andrews? Let's hold for his report.
All right, Monted Bascom. All right, is that your client as well, Mr. Gaither?
That is my case, Judge. I'd like to still speak with the state about that. So a quick free trial.
Okay, whose case is that one for the state?
Good morning, it would be ASG Riley.
All right, thank you. All right, Damon Baskin.
That's my case, Your Honor. He should be.
Mr. Baskin, is he present and ready to take a plea in this case? All right,
He is on,
He's on
yes.
Zoom. It's connecting audio.
all right. All right. All right, Dion Blaylock. Mr. Blaylock is present.
Good morning, Judge. That's my case.
You'll need to speak with him in the state.
Yeah, it's just one question that needs to be asked of him.
All right. Rashonda Coffin. All right, is Ms. Coffin present and ready to take a plea? Yeah. It's, who represents Ms. Johnson? I mean, Ms. Coffin? Your attorney's not here? Okay,
In your honor, the plea paperwork has been sent to Ms. Smith
all
for
right,
the plea.
all right. William Davis? All right, Mr. Davis is present. Are you represented by Mr. Trejo? Mr.
Good
Trejo?
morning, Judge. Just trying to turn my video on here, Judge. It's Catrice Helen from the Public Defender's Office. That is my case. Good morning, Judge. I just need an opportunity to speak to Mr. Davis. If his phone number and email could be sent to me in the chat or read out loud now, Judge.
Mr. Davis, if you read your phone number so your attorney can give you a call.
Okay, phone number 678.
Come quickly.
Good morning. Phone number is 678-813-5039.
Okay, thank you so much. Be ready for me to give you a call. When you get that call, step outside, okay? We'll call everybody
Just go
after.
outside now and just wait for Ms. Helen. Okay.
Thank you, Judge.
All right. Valentin Diaz.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
This is the Spanish interpreter for that case.
All right. Is Mr. Diaz present?
El señor Díaz está presente.
And good morning, Your Honor. This is Frank Gaither. I've taken this case over. And so that's why I needed to speak with the state. And I had a feeling, I was afraid this might happen. I'm not sure if he did get notice, because I know that he needed an interpreter, because I have not spoken to him. I've taken this case over.
All right, Mr. Vargas, if you would just hold for one moment to see if he arrives late. And
Sure.
then we'll take that case as soon as we can. Thank you for your patience.
Sure, you're welcome.
All right, Christina Elmore.
You know, that's my case. She should be on Zoom.
Yeah, she is not. All right.
Because I talked to her yesterday.
Jeffrey Greenway.
Yeah, that is also my case, and he should be on Zoom. I talked to him yesterday.
Quite a few people not present. Final, please. Sydney Hepburn.
There should be, oh,
Is that your case, Mr.?
no, did you skip position 10? Sheila Hansborough?
I just said that one. Sheila Hansborough.
Oh, I'm sorry. Miss Hansborough, are you present? Yeah, she's present.
And ready to take a final plea?
Well, I want to speak with the state about that case because her case is related to number 11, Sydney Hepburn.
Okay, whose case is that for the state?
ASG Riley, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
You're
So
welcome.
we'll allow you to go into some breakouts or make phone calls once we finish calling this calendar. Sydney Hepburn. All right. Scott Hill.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I believe Mr.
Wait, hey, I'm right here. I'm on Zoom. Sitting
He's
here.
Samsung.
Okay. Mr. Hepburn, do you have an attorney?
Oh, yes, it's Mr. Creel Lewis. I had spoke with him and he said that he was supposed to be in court today, but I don't know what happened.
Okay, we will come back to your case. Please, Mr. Hepburn, if you could give your attorney a call, I'd appreciate it.
Yes,
All
ma'am.
right? Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
thank you. Scott Hill?
Judge Barry Zimmerman for Mr. Hill. He is not going to be present, and I don't know why, and I don't know if he's deceased at this point. On December
Right.
15th, we had a final plea calendar, and the object was he was up in Baltimore at Johns Hopkins receiving daily radiation treatments and weekly chemotherapy for advanced head and neck cancer of the throat. What Judge Law asked me to do is get him to sign a plea in absentia and the plea paperwork and see if we could do it even before this calendar. I started that process because of what was going on. He signed some of the stuff, didn't sign the other, and then I lost complete contact with him. The unfortunate thing is I don't have any other, he's 67 years old. I don't have any other family members to contact. And of course, Johns Hopkins, because of HIPAA, is not going to give me any information. So I've lost total contact with him, and I can't enter this plea. I can't do anything. And I don't even know if he passed away between then and now, but here I am. So
Do you have anything documenting his admission, Mr. Zimmerman? by any
yes,
chance?
I do. I have a letter from Johns Hopkins that I submitted last time to the prosecutor, and I can and may have even submitted it to the court.
Okay.
And I can do it again if Your Honor needs.
All I can think of to do is to reset this case to another final plea calendar, Mr. Zimmerman, several months out, in the hopes that you have more information by then.
That'd be great, Judge. I appreciate that.
All right. All right. So the options would be, is there something, let's see. This is a B. Are my reset dates the ones that are at the bottom? Is there anything beyond March to give him a little bit more time? I'm thinking at least 2 or 3 months. March is 2 months. I would like maybe something in April. Okay, I'm resetting this case, Mr. Zimmerman, to April the 20th. It's my hope that either you'll be able to get that plea and abstention completed by then, or some further information regarding your client's health. And perhaps if his status has changed, you would provide that information to the court as well as to the state.
Absolutely. And would that calendar be at 9 as well, Your Honor?
I believe so. Is it at 9? It should be. It's not a motions calendar. It should be just a plain status.
Okay. All right.
So
Thank
yes,
you.
that concludes your business. You're free to go, Mr. Zimmerman.
Thank
Take
you. You have
care.
a great day.
You too. Take care. All right, Sharikia Ivy.
Good morning, Judge. That's my case. Ms. Ivy, you present? Let's give her a moment, Judge. I spoke to her. She intended to be here, and our announcement in that case is that we intend to resolve that today. I just need to speak with the
That's
state.
fine. Solicitor. All right. Michael Omeda. I saw him on Zoom earlier. Is he he's represented?
He's represented by me, Judge, and I need Mr. Omeda's current phone number. I'm not able to contact him through the number I have listed.
All right, Mr. Omeda, if you could please give us, say, your phone number so that Mr. Gaither could write it down.
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead, we're ready.
Yes, give me 1 second. Let me get that number for you. Uh, 732-631-6900.
All right. And your attorney will give you a call shortly. We're gonna finish calling the rest of the calendar. David Stover.
And Your Honor, that is my case. I just wanted to see if Mr. Stover would appear either in person.
He's on Zoom.
Okay,
I
Judge,
see David Stover on Zoom.
I just need an
Thank you.
opportunity to speak with Mr. Stover this morning.
Okay. So we'll let you perhaps maybe give him a call, but maybe chat him, Ms. Helen. I see that he's on Zoom. His camera's just not on.
Understood, Judge.
All right, Jarvis Warren.
That's also my case, Judge.
All right, your announcement, Ms. Helen.
I just need the offer in that case and an opportunity to speak to Mr. Warren about that offer. I think I received that offer from the state from Mr. Warren, so I just need an opportunity to give that to Mr. Warren. Is he in person or on Zoom?
He's in person, Mr. Warren. If you'd stand and give a phone number for Ms. Helen to give you a call. And then wait in the hallway until she does so.
I'll be 404-484-5819.
Thank you. I'll give you a call. Thank you so much.
All right, Vashawn Wicker.
Mr. Wicker's present, Judge. That's my case. Let me just announce pretrial and then I'll go into detail later.
All right, thank you.
Ma'am,
Can
I'm
he-
looking for an attorney.
Just hold 1 second. Kenethia Williams? All right, and you're represented by Mr. Gaither as well, Mr. Gaither? you're the-
Yes, Judge. I have positions 18 and 19 for Ms. Williams. And what I would like to do is announce an old-fashioned pretrial conference in chambers with the judge and the state.
Okay. We'll come back to that
Thank
case
you.
then. Charles Wise?
Mr. Wise, are you present? Let's hold, Judge, because my announcement for Mr. Wise is that we were going to enter a plea today.
All
On that.
right, thank you. Torian Woods, or Wood, I apologize.
Judge, that's also my case. I spoke to Miss Wood this morning. She has a walker. She had to drive herself. So if she is not present in the court, I assume she's still trying to get into the courthouse, Judge.
All right, and your announcement is that you expect that the case to take a plea today?
No, Your Honor. Miss Wood has not received any discovery in her case. I've entered in my appearance this morning. I would like to review that discovery with Miss Wood. I would like a one-time reset to the next available court date so that we.
I'm
could
trying
get
to figure out, she must have been reset quite a few times, Ms. Helen, if it's appearing now on this final plea. So it was reset from the 10/27 to the 12/15, then today to show in person.
It sure was, Judge. I just absorbed this case for Mr. Trejo, and so I want to get Miss Wood caught up with that information. I will speak to her again, Judge. If she is willing to take that offer today, I will give her that offer, Judge.
All right, it seems we've concluded and called the entire calendar. Is there anyone whose name I did not call?
Yes, good morning, Your Honor.
Quite a few names. All right, yes. sir.
Quinn Johnson on behalf of Ms. Rashonda Coffin, who's here present in the court.
Okay, yes, we did call your client. All right, do you have an announcement for that particular case? Do you expect your client to take a plea today?
Yes, Your Honor, we've worked out a plea with the state with Ms. Riley, and that will be a plea this morning.
All right, wonderful. All right, who else was not called? Please stand. Your name, ma'am, in the pink. Richardson?
That's my case, Judge. That's Ms. Richardson. Trying to see what. Lost the number. Oh,
Orca B status?
yes. Orca is.
Orca B. Okay, position 4. Your announcement?
I want to announce pretrial in that case, Judge. I want to speak to the state.
Okay. All right, you can be seated. Your name in the back? Okay, position 1, Orca E status. Are you represented by an attorney, Mr. Barclay? Do you wish to have services of the public defender's office today? I'm sorry, so speak really loudly.
I wish to speak with the prosecutor.
Okay, have a seat. Your name, sir? Last name Gordon? Mr. Gordon, you don't appear on any of the calendars scheduled for today. Did you get a notice to be at this particular calendar?
Yes, ma'am, online it says G33, Eric Morrow.
He was on the bench yesterday.
It's for today's date? Did you miss your court date? What's,
Is this for today?
it says the 19th?
Yes, ma'am.
You're not on this calendar. We're gonna need your case number. If somebody could just get his case number and look him up. You have a seat. We'll come get that in a second. Your name, ma'am, in the back? Okay.
Yeah, that's my case, Your Honor.
All right, you need to speak with her.
Yes, I need to speak with her.
All right, let's begin and the pre-trial as efficiently as we can, and then we'll go ahead and start taking pleas if possible. Ms. Riley, Ms. Gibeah are both on Zoom. I know you need to speak with Ms. Githier. Both parties need to speak with Ms. Githier and Ms. Riley. I guess the best way to do so would be for a phone number to be placed in the chat that Ms. Smith for each of the members of the state be given to those attorneys present in the courtroom with me.
And Judge, if it'll help, the case where I announced a pretrial, is there a way that I could speak with the prosecutor and Your Honor
There is.
alone, and then after our conversation, then I can go to my car and get my phone and I can call whoever I need to call.
Yes, all right, which case was that?
So I'm sorry.
Which case was it? that you
Oh,
were
it was,
requesting?
it's on the final plea calendar. Positions
11 and was it the Richardson? All right, I don't really know.
number
how
18 and 19, 18 and 19. Can you say
18 and
words?
19 on file, please. I probably got to go to I'm not even sure how we're gonna do that. I guess I can go sit in there. Is that Ms. Riley's case?
That is
No,
my
ma'am.
case, Your Honor.
Is yours, Ms. Githier?
Yes.
Okay. The only way for us to speak privately for
Right.
me to sit in there, you probably would have to go to your car anyway. That's the
Okay.
only way I can think of to do this. Other than to completely empty the courtroom, which is not practical.
Okay, that's fine. Just, okay, I just
I
think.
think let's do that last.
Sure, that's no
Maybe
problem.
we'll empty the courtroom out anyway, and then.
Well, I could also,
Or if you just would like.
I could do it this way. I could do it this way. I could come to Your Honor if Ms. Githier will allow me. I can tell you what I need to say, and then I can tell the state exactly what I told you. And I just need to make it outside the presence of the whole courtroom.
If we were on Zoom, we would just all get into a breakout and it would be very simple. Why don't we do all of the pre-trials that you need to do in the courtroom first, speak to your client? Let's still try to do that position last.
Okay, sure. No
All
problem.
right.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, so,
Judge Williams, I apologize. I do believe the plea for position 9 is ready, Ms. Coffin, or 5, excuse me. And that is Mr. Johnson's only case. That way I can be free to
we'll
do
do
all
that.
the pre-trial.
That's fine, but I still would rather we start the pre-trial process that takes us so long. So let's at least try to do that.
And one announcement, Mr.
Yes.
Number 1 on the final Orca B final plea calendar, Alfred Andrews, he has arrived.
All right.
And so that's the case I will announce pre-trial with the state as well.
All right. We'll take that plea shortly. Mr. Quinn is speaking with his client anyway. All right, so if we could put those phone numbers into the chat, let attorneys start giving calls, and then hopefully we can just start taking a slew of pleas at once, is my hope.
And Your Honor, I actually, if it could be the reverse, if I could call Mr. Raffoff and Mr. Gaither, my phone has a block, so they won't be able to get through.
Okay, all right.
I'm sure that's fine.
Thank you.
She's gonna call you and then call me because her phone's blocked. So what's your number? And I give it to her in the chat. 452. Hold on, 452
639. Your Honor, Miss Tyreen Wood just walked in.
All right, thank you.
That's Miss.
That's Miss Wood. Miss Wood just walked in.
Not the name one, but it's Miss Ellis.
Yes,
Okay,
Ms. Wood
thank
is
you.
here.
Can you ask Miss Wood to step out in the hall? She's another individual I have to speak to on the phone, please.
Everybody who's waiting to talk to me, just give me stuff.
Oh, he's supposed to be on SAP, not this calendar. SAP is virtual. That's what happened. So because we didn't have the space, SAP is virtual today. If he's been released, he should not be on state of purpose though.
This is for
Oh, okay. That's the case we looked up to see why he was here. Yeah, if it's state of purpose, if the state of purpose is happening online, not in here. And here's that no price.
Excuse me, Your Honor.
Yes.
Position 15, David Stover on Orca B final plea is on Zoom.
Yes, he was there earlier. We see him. Ms. Helen just needs to speak with him. Mr. Johnson, once they return from pre-trial, we'll go ahead and take your client's plea first, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
I do not know if my public defender. I need help. Thank you.
Mr. Vargas, will you, for me, please sound for Mr. Flores Diaz? I don't believe we see him here in the courtroom or on Zoom, but will you sound for him, please, one more
Sure.
time?
El señor Valentín Flores Díaz está presente en el tribunal o a través de Zoom. Valentín Flores Díaz.
All right, we are gonna reset that case to the March 16th final plea calendar. Mr. Vargas, your services
Yes.
may be required at that time as well. We're gonna reset that case there so
Sure.
that we have interpretation.
All right.
All right, and if that completes your business, Mr. Vargas, before you go, will you please sound one time just to make sure no one else needs your assistance?
Yes. Buenos días, yo soy el intérprete de español en el tribunal hoy. ¿Alguien más necesita mis servicios?
All right, hearing none. Thank you, Mr. Vargas, for appearing, and we
Sure.
will see you again soon. Take care.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Your
bye-bye.
Honor. Have a great day.
You too. Take care.
Hello?
Bye. All right, so we reset that. Orca, final plea, and please put a note too that we still need interpretation. Thank you. All right, all cases should be pre-charging with the exceptions
Your Honor, there's a Shaquem Hellman on Zoom, and I don't see him on the calendars.
He's on the calendar. He's on the, I called his name earlier. Thank you.
Yes, he's on the Orca E status conference, position 3.
Yeah, he's there.
Thank you.
so that those on Zoom can hear. All right, Mr. Ralph, off your announcements.
Jeff Greenway did show up. He is in court. I have a note in the file that he has a second simple assault case pending. I don't have the number. It's pending. I have it from Rachel Jenks. Gave me a note. It's pending. It's from 5/16/22. Apparently it's his daughter. This current case in here is his wife. And the message to me is we need to get them combined, and it can go either way. I'll come to Orca or it can go back
So
to,
the other case is not an Orca case?
no, it's not.
Okay.
So,
Okay, we'll address that in a moment. Do you have other announcements?
yes, Miss Christina Elmore showed up. She said I did not make an announcement. I thought I had. She's here. That's going to be a plea, and the paperwork's supposedly been forwarded sometime in the next. Okay.
I'm
That will
working
be-
on the paperwork.
Okay.
Okay.
Are there other?
Mr. Hallman,
Okay.
I think we already, that will be a plea of the further announcement on that. I think he announced earlier he was on Zoom.
He is. It also says on the notes that he was supposed to appear in person, but, all right.
And I don't know how,
Was there anyone else waiting to try with you, Ms. Riley?
Mr. Gaither, but he's speaking with ASG Gilead.
Okay. All right, we're gonna go ahead and take the plea for Ms. Coffin then. Since
Okay.
we cannot, and then once we've taken that plea, hopefully they'll be done and we can go through all of these at once. All right, you ready to take this plea? If Ms. Coffin would come stand at this microphone so that she can see the screen. All right, Ms. Coffin, I am gonna place you under oath for the limited purposes of taking a plea in case 21 CR 0000116E. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm the testimony you give today for the limited purposes of taking a plea will be the truth to the best of your knowledge and under the penalty of perjury?
Yes,
Additionally, do you understand your rights here today?
yes.
All right. Ms. Riley, if you give me the state's offer as well as very briefly the factual basis supporting that offer.
Yes, Your Honor, just one moment, I have to pull up the report. The state's offer is 12 months to serve 5 days, credit for time served 5 days, the balance on probation, 40 hours of community service, 12 anger management classes or hours. Probation is not to terminate early, but can go non-reporting upon completion of conditions. And that needs to be shown to probation if any conditions have been completed.
All right, and the factual basis.
One moment, Your Honor. Unfortunately, my Odyssey is not working. Just a moment for me to retry.
It's 12 hours. It's 12 hours anger management, right, Ms. Riley? Is the requirement?
Yes, Your Honor. Correct.
So it's hours, they're doing hours, not classes.
Essentially, it's the same. I believe most of the classes are 1 hour in length.
All right.
Okay, it's working now, so. The state would expect the evidence to show that on January 20th of 2020, officers responded to the IHOP in the city of Hapeville, Fulton County, in reference to an assault. They met with the manager at the restaurant, Ms. Moss, who was also the victim, where Ms. Coffin was a customer with another female and a small infant child. They ordered food. Ms. Coffin was not happy with her meal. After she had eaten about half of it, she complained to her server and ordered something else. She again ate half and complained to the server. After ordering a third meal, she again said she was not happy with her food and asked for a to-go box for leftovers. While checking out, she complained to the manager for having to pay for the food. As Ms. Moss was ringing up her order, she made a managerial decision to give her partial refund because of the food that she was taking to go. And Ms. Moss, the victim, explained that to Ms. Coffin, how she calculated the discount. Ms. Coffin became enraged, started screaming, and reached over the counter and hit Ms. Moss on her cheek, causing a small cut to her face. However, the officer did not charge battery for this offense.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Rowland. And the state is not requesting no further violent contact or stay away of any type, this condition?
I'm sorry, it would be no further violent or harassing contact with Ms. Moss.
Okay, I'm gonna add that to the plea sheet.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Johnson, was that your understanding of the offer? And do you stipulate to factual basis, ID, and venue in this case?
Yes, Your Honor, we stipulate to the factual basis and the venue. And those are the terms of the negotiated plea. Just to be clear, 12 months probation, 5 days to serve, credit of time served, community time served, 40 hours community service, which Ms. Coffin has actually completed, and 12 hours of anger management class, which he has also completed. And that therefore, we would ask that the probation, upon signing up today, that it immediately goes into non-reporting. And certainly we understand that there's no fine and there's no violent contact or any further contact with the victim in this case.
All right, I'm still gonna require that you give her information in probation.
Yes, sir.
And then probation will administratively close the case instead of the court, all right?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Coffin, you are under oath. You've already been sworn. I'm gonna ask you some questions to make sure that this is a voluntary plea, all right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, did anyone force you to take a plea today?
Say, did anyone force me? No.
Did anyone force you? Yes. Did anyone promise you anything in exchange for taking the plea?
No.
Are you satisfied with your attorney's representation?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you under the influence of any drugs, alcohol, or medications that would affect your ability to understand what's happening here today?
No, I'm not. I don't do drugs.
All right. We still have to ask.
Oh.
Not an assumption. All right. And you understand the requirements of the sentence. You've essentially completed the vast majority of it, but you do understand that you're required to complete anger management, take community service, and have no further violent or harassing contact with Ms. Moss.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And you understand by taking a plea today, you're giving up your right to go to a court of law to present any defenses that you may have had.
Yes, ma'am.
And you further understand that you're giving up your right to have the state prove these charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt.
Yes, ma'am.
And you completely understand that if you have any open cases, taking a plea today might affect those.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, as to the charge of simple battery, Ms. Coffin, how do you plead?
Guilty.
I accept your guilty plea. If there's nothing further from either the state or Mr. Johnson, that will conclude this case.
Just one final matter, Your Honor, if the court so pleases, I actually have copies of the certificate of completion for the anger management, as well as copies of the community service that's been completed. So I don't know if I need to present that to the court or to.
It still needs to go to probation and then we'll close it since the case is going to be in place on probation. But I do appreciate you bringing that. That's very thorough.
Well,
All
thank
right.
you.
All right. I believe that should be it. There should be is there a probation form or anything else Ms. Coffin needs to sign before she goes? She completed everything. All right, that should be all.
What do I report to probation?
Would she sign up today to probation, Your Honor?
I'm not sure you can sign up today. I'm not even really sure how that works. Once you've completed this, I believe somebody will contact you. And then you can give that information and that should be all.
Okay.
Right?
Perfect.
Thank
Thank you,
you.
Your Honor.
All
That
right,
concludes my
thank you.
business. May I be excused?
Yes, you may. Take care. Have a good
Thank you.
day.
You as well.
All right, Mr. Ralph, you're back. Do you have other announcements for me?
I don't think I have any new announcements, Your Honor.
All right. Are there any other, Miss Riley, do you have the plea offers that Miss Helen was asking about in the chat, or is that Miss Gibbier?
I sent her position 6, Your Honor. That is the one that I have.
All right, and the other one is Miss Gibbier. All right,
Yes.
it was my hope that by doing our pre-trials, we could just flow on through things, but does not appear that that will be the case.
No, Your Honor, because the plea paperwork is not prepared until we know that the defendants are actually taking the plea, so that.
Right,
has
I
to
know,
be-
but by asking you to do the pre-trial, what I was hoping is we could get started with that process. But all right, we'll just keep going this way.
Okay, well, yes, that is what I'm working on for Mr. Raffoff's cases.
Greenway, Jeff Greenway. I would like to see about combining his two cases. We only have the
Oh,
one.
that's right. I'm not sure that we can if one is not in Orca. Do you know the date and case number for the second case?
I only know the date. The note to me says simple assault on 5/16/2022.
If that case is not,
Wait, I do have. No, I've just got the case number for this. That's 20 CR.
if, we'll see about that.
Well, I don't have the case. 20, unless it's 22 CR 004687E.
That can't be it because that's the CR number for this case.
This case, that's the only number I have.
Okay, so if the other case is not in Orca, it may not be possible to combine two. However, let's figure out where. Is it possible to find that case? Okay, so if we find it and find out where it's pending,
Yeah, I'm sorry. The note that I got did not tell me anything except what I just repeated about the date. and the
Your
chart.
Honor,
yes,
I went to court on that case last week on the 11th, and
please stand, Go ahead.
I went to court on that case last week on the 11th, and
Do you remember what judge you went to see? I don't want you to say too much.
no, ma'am, I don't remember the court or the judge.
Okay,
It was courtroom G2, I believe, and Miss Rose. Rose, what is her last name?
okay. We're gonna look it up. Give us a moment, Mr. Greenway.
Public defender assisted me with it.
Okay,
We just entered an initial plea, and that was it.
yes,
Rose Woodbury, this is the public defender.
okay. Thank you, Mr. Greenway. Does it show that case is closed because he took a plea?
5/16/22.
Give your notices for that, do you? Your notice of the case. We got them, no, but we need to get them together. Yeah, but you don't need them.
This is that.
Mhm.
Was it reset?
It was not. I don't think we can combine those two cases, Mr. Rappo. I mean, perhaps he could do,
You want to expedite it, position.
so he came before me. So he came before me back in, what day was that? He was on the C calendar before me. So then from there, did I give him a signature bond? I'm assuming so if he's here. Or he had to make mine. Oh, I see this, me. So he came to see if it's reset further, if I reset it further notice, it went to a division judge. And then, but I still don't think, unless the state is prepared to give him a global offer to resolve all, which I doubt. Those cases probably will still travel separately.
Was arraigned January 11th, 2023.
And Your Honor,
Yes.
I do have some announcements when the court is ready.
All right, go ahead, Ms. Helen.
For
Please tell
position,
us which calendar too, please.
of course, Judge Orca B, final plea calendar.
Okay.
Position 16, we're requesting a jury trial. And I believe Mr. Warren is present in court.
All right, so, all right, we don't yet have jury trial dates, I don't believe. Do we have jury trial dates yet for?
It will be in March.
Okay, Ms. Helen, we do not yet have a jury trial date, but it will be sometime in March.
Sometime March, I'll make that
We
note.
will reset that case to the March jury trial calendar. And, let's see, there was no chance of resolving that case today, Ms. Helen?
No, Your Honor.
All right, has that case been arraigned? Do I need to arraign this case?
Let me look that up, Judge. Just had Warren pulled up. It was arraigned February the 22nd of 2021.
All right, wonderful. So no further arraignment is needed. Mr. Warren, please keep your address current with the court and with your attorney. You're likely to have a jury trial date as early as March. You'll be required to appear in person at that time. All right? You have the new address? Please write it down here for us before you go. Ms. Helen, did you get that information from him?
I didn't get his address updated. If he could just read that address out for me.
All right, Mr. Warren, if you read your address. And if, Ms. Helen, if you would just update it. that
Okay,
would be good.
okay.
Thank you.
It'll be 3150 Waters Road, Atlanta, Georgia, 30354.
Thank you so much, Mr. Warren.
All right, Mr. Warren, you're free to go.
Thank
Make sure that you appear in court and be on the lookout for that notice regarding your jury trial. All right? Thank you. Ms. Helen, other announcements?
I do, Judge. Position 15 on the same calendar, or could be final plea for Mr. David Stover. I've got a few requests. I looked on Odyssey. I do not see a full discovery packet. When you click on both links for discovery, they're only a sheet. There is no discovery inside. So at this point, Mr. Stover hasn't received any discovery in his case. I'm asking for a reset. It could be a short reset, Judge.
All right, the ASGs are not present.
Oh,
When we come, I don't believe, or Ms. Riley's there. And Ms. Riley, was this Ms. Githier's case
It's
position?
Yes, Your Honor, it's Ms. Gidier's case.
okay.
The court will consent to a short extension. Please, Ms. Helen, speak with Ms. Githier regarding the discovery in that case.
And Judge, what's that date?
We're gonna reset him to the Thursday, March 2nd.
March 2nd, Thursday at
No,
9.
actually, he needs to go back to final plea, correct? We're anticipating taking a plea at that time.
No, Judge, we can get a next status conference.
All right, so it'll be March 2nd then.
Understood, Judge. And
You'll go to the March 2nd status.
it was ASG get the air if she's not on. I just want the offer put on the record whenever she has an opportunity.
Well, 1 second. It says before we do that, he was reset from 10/27. Then he was ordered to appear today. He also was reset from a show cause previously.
Yes, Judge, and I have seen that history. His case came all the way from Morrison, all the way through Orca. And again, Judge, according to Odyssey, there's only one sheet of discovery that's posted there when you click on that attachment. So all of those resets, he hasn't received that full discovery.
All right, we can't really address it till Ms. Guthier comes back, so
Okay.
we'll come back to that position. All right,
Understood,
Ms.
Judge.
Helen, any other
Oh,
announcements?
I just came back and heard my name, Your Honor.
Okay, Ms. Guthier, in the case of David Stover, Ms. Helen is informing the court that there is only one page of discovery loaded into Odyssey, and therefore she is requesting a short reset to the status conference calendar on March the 2nd, which the court does not have an objection to. However, we are requesting that the offer present to Mrs. Stover be read onto the record.
Yes, and I'll double check that discovery. The offer is on counts 1 and 2. 12 months to serve 6 days, credit for time served 6 days, the balance probated, family violence intervention program, and counts 3 and 4 will be null prost.
Understood.
And your client is not interested in taking that today, Ms. Helen?
No, Judge, we're going to want to look at that full discovery before we move forward.
All right, and if he intends to take a final plea on March the 2nd, is the court request that he appear in person or the paperwork be completed prior to his appearance? All right?
Understood, Judge.
And you
All
said
right.
that was the police report that was missing some pages, Ms. Helen?
Yes, and I can give you the dates on it. On Odyssey, the links show Stover. It says on 12/15/22 initial discovery. If you click it, it's one page. And then there's supplemental discovery on 1/19/2023, and that also is one page.
Okay, I will
All
check
right.
into that.
So,
Thank you
Mrs.
so much.
Stover, keep in contact with your attorney, keep your information current. You're gonna be required to appear on March the 2nd at 9 a.m. All right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you're otherwise free to go. Ms. Helen? Your other
And
announcement?
that's my last announcement, Judge. I will be making the rest of my calls. Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Rankoff, any other announcements?
Yes, on Alan Walker, he is on Zoom.
Which calendar is Mr. Walker appear on? He's on the final plea? Orca East status, all right. Thank you.
He wants to go to the jury trial calendar.
All right,
We'll just
Mr.
talk
Walker
with him
wishes to
again.
take a jury trial. He's not interested in the state's offer at this time.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Ms. Gutierrez, will you please put that offer into the record?
And I do apologize, Your Honor. Which position are we speaking of?
It's position 6 on the Orca East status calendar, Alan Walker.
The offer is 12 months probation, 3 anger management classes, and no contact with the victim, Adriana Smith.
All right, and your client does not want to take that offer, therefore he'll be.
He's on Zoom.
All right. Mr. Walker, your case will be reset to a March jury trial date. We do not have the date yet, but make sure you keep your address and your phone number current with your attorney as well as with the court, all right?
Yes, we'll do it, Your Honor.
Give me 1 second.
All right, take care, Mr. Walker.
Your
Yes,
Honor,
ma'am.
if we make,
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Bye-bye.
Go ahead.
Your
Yes,
Honor, we
Ms.
can go
Gibson.
back to Mr. Stover. Ms.
Yes,
Helen, I just
Yes.
looked at the discovery and all the pages of the police report are there. I looked in Odyssey, they're all there.
Which date did you click on? Which attachment? Was it the January 19th?
all right, Mr. Raff, while you all figure that out quietly. Mr. Raff, other announcements? There's one gentleman who is representing himself as well, who wants to speak with the members of the state. Sir, please tell me your name. Please stand. Again, you want to represent yourself? Ms. Guthier, is Mr. Barclay your case? Or is that Ms. Riley?
That's Ms. Riley's.
Okay, Ms. Riley, Mr. Barclay would like to speak with you. Mr. Barclay, if you would come down and give us a phone number where Ms. Riley can perhaps give you a phone call while she's doing breakouts so that we can address your case. Please do not give her your defenses. Remember, she does not represent you. She is the state prosecuting the case against you. She's there maybe to only discuss an offer, all right? All right, I'm sorry. Mr. Ralph, you had other announcements?
We're going over the paperwork now for the plea on Christina Elmore.
All right.
You want to know then? Okay, no. Hmm? Plea the family violence. Okay, all right, we can ask. Okay. All right. You plead no. Involves medication, drugs, or alcohol. Yeah. If so, then you're going to be this. So, three days. Credit with that. It would be.
There has got to be a better way to do this. Ms. Githia, is anyone waiting to speak to you? Did you already speak to Mr. Gaither?
I spoke with Mr. Gator.
Okay. No one else is waiting to speak to you?
We'll just start to see if Ms. Helen and I have any more to discuss.
All right.
And I apologize, Ms. Githia. I see where it says the June 22nd, but it doesn't have any attachment. It just says discovery on Odyssey. It doesn't have any attachment on it, but
Okay, I'll speak with Mr. Emden about that and see why you don't have access to it.
understood. Thank you.
And Judge Williams, I'm just waiting to speak with Attorney Gaither. I've called a few times and he's called me back. I don't know if he's speaking to a client or what.
I think so. He just popped his head in and motioned for someone. So I'm sure he'll be calling you shortly.
Okay.
This is, yeah, see, it must be the wrong. Huh? It's Edward Yancey. It says Edward Yancey on there. Hmm. Oh. So,
She says Lamont Yancey is the right name. Now she says that. She didn't. Yeah. Supposed to be Lamont Yancey, correct? Okay, all right.
Mr. Holman is still on the Zoom.
He is.
I have his papers here. You sign.
I'm sorry, have you spoken to him about signing on his behalf? Mr. Hellman?
I'm sorry, I cannot hear today.
I'm sorry, Mr. Raffo. You're asking about Mr. Hellman's paperwork?
Right, I have it. The
Has he
question,
given you express permission to sign for him?
right,
Okay, then that's
Okay.
fine.
all right.
So long as he has and he's present on Zoom.
Yes, I have. Am I
Don't
free
say,
to
don't,
leave?
no, don't say anything yet.
Okay,
Thank you.
all right.
I was gonna ask, you want me to sign now, or do you want me to wait till we're on the record to play?
It doesn't matter, either one. It can come to me pre-signed. All right, are we ready to take the plea for the case of Shaquem Hellman? Mr. Hellman, I need you to turn on your camera. Is this Miss Riley's case or Miss Githia? Oh, it would be Miss Riley. All right, Miss Riley is ready?
Well, I'm
Okay, I
speaking
know
with
you're
Mr.
speaking to other people. I figured that would happen.
That's-
Is Miss Elmore Miss Githia's case?
No, that's mine as well, Your Honor.
It never works out. It just never does. All right, we'll hold for you.
Thank you.
I can't hear a word to that, I'm sorry. Oh, at the top, she was taking the note, wasn't she? Yeah, she's trying to, yeah, I'm sorry.
Thank you. The names. Who the victim is? Okay. Okay. Does the person have an alias perhaps?
Thank you for the time, Your Honor. I spoke with Mr. Barclay. I believe he would like to apply for the Public Defender's Office. And I've also received a message from Ms. Smith regarding the victim in Ms. Elmore's case.
Which one is it? Is it Lamont or is it the other name that's on the plea paperwork?
So his full name is Lamont Edward Yancey. And so that's fine.
Okay, so this V, so I should change that V to an L? There's no-
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so we'll add Lamont. I'm just gonna hand write it in. Just to
Thank
make it
you.
clear who that person is. Mr. Barclay wants to speak to someone in the Public Defender's Office, so Mr. Ralph, if you'd help him, I'd appreciate that.
Well, this is Mr. Raffoff's plea.
I'm sorry, he's just gonna give him a form, is what I'm saying, just so he
Okay.
can start qualifying him.
Understood. Thank you.
Yeah, I know that he has to start that, so that'll take a moment anyway. All right. Ms. Elmore, we'll go ahead and take your plea first. In the case of 20 CR 004426E, please raise your right hand. Come on up and stand at the microphone. Please raise your right hand once you arrive. Do you swear and affirm that the testimony you give today will be the truth to the best of your knowledge and under the penalty of perjury?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Put your hand down. Do you also understand your rights here today, that you have a right to an attorney and an absolute right to remain silent, except to the extent that you're answering the plea questions?
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you. Ms. Riley, if you would put the state's offer as well as very briefly the factual basis onto the record supporting that offer.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state's offers 12 months to serve 3 days, credit for time served 3 days, the balance on probation, a family violence intervention program, no contact with Lamont Edward Yancey, and the state would have no objection to probation terminating upon completion of conditions.
All right.
Or you understand. Your Honor, she did have one other request. That is that she not have to pay a fee so she can pay for the family violence intervention program. She can't pay for that.
I'm sorry, to not have to pay which
Waive
fees?
the probation.
Okay, I will waive 6 months of probation fees to give her time to take the class. All right?
And
And,
the
Ms.
state,
Riley, please continue.
thank you. The state would expect the evidence to show that on August 22nd, 2020, officers responded to Cato Street in Fulton County. Upon arrival, they met with Mr. Yancey, who stated that he was physically attacked by his live-in girlfriend, Ms. Elmore. And after a verbal dispute, Ms. Elmore took a cord and struck him with the cord several times about his face and body.
All right. Mr. Ralph, do you stipulate the factual basis, ID, and venue? And what's that your understanding of the offer as presented by Ms. Riley?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. You are under oath, Ms. Elmore. I'm gonna ask you some questions, okay? Are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol at this time?
No, ma'am.
Do you understand exactly what's happening in this proceeding today?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Are you satisfied with your attorney's representation?
Yes, I am.
Did anyone force you to take a plea today?
No, they do.
Did anyone promise you anything in exchange for taking a plea?
No, ma'am.
And you understand by taking a plea, you're giving up your right to go to a court of law and challenge these charges against you?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're also giving up the right to have the state prove these charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and you understand the requirements that you are gonna have to take a family violence intervention course as well as have no contact with Mr. Yancey. And, but you should not have additional time to serve at the Fulton County Jail. You understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, as to the charge of battery family violence, Ms. Elmore, how do you plead?
No.
Had the state consented to a no-low plea? Ms. Riley?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I accept your no-low plea at this time. If there's nothing further, that concludes Ms. Elmore's case.
Thank you.
All right, best of luck to you, Ms. Elmore.
She has filled out the probation paperwork, so is she free to go?
She should be free to go, yeah.
Okay. All right.
Thank you. All right, now we're gonna take the case of Mr. Hellman. Mr. Hellman, if you would turn on your camera so that we can begin to take your plea. All right, Mr. Hellman. We can't
Yes,
see you.
how you doing?
I see a
Hold on.
screen or we have to be able to see you. There you are. Thank you. All right, Mr. Hellman, in your case, I'm gonna ask you to please raise your right hand so that I can swear you in. In case 22 CR 006155J, you're charged with willful obstruction. Please raise your right hand. I need to be able to see your hand to show that you, thank you. Do you swear and affirm the testimony you give today will be the truth to the best of your knowledge and under the penalty of perjury?
Yes.
All right, thank you. You can put your hand down. All right, Ms. Riley, if you give us the offer as well as factual basis supporting that offer.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state's offer is 12 months to serve 2 days, credit for time served 2 days. The balance is suspended, so the case would close today. The state would expect this proceeded to trial. The evidence would show that on August 15th of 2021, officers initiated a traffic stop on a vehicle that Mr. Hellman was a passenger in the area of West Side Parkway in Fulton County. Officer made contact with the driver. Mr. Hellman was the rear passenger, for which they were pulled over for a taillight being out. Upon speaking with the driver, approaching the driver, as in beginning an investigation for driver's license, the driver left the scene and then later wrecked the vehicle, in which officers were able to find it at another location. And Mr. Hellman was found to again be in the back seat and gave incorrect information to the officers, which is the reason for the obstruction.
All right, Mr. Rathkoff, was that your understanding?
Yes, Your Honor.
State's offer, and do you so stipulate the factual basis, ID, and venue?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Hellman, I'm gonna ask you some questions to make sure that this is a voluntary plea, all right?
Yeah.
All right, are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol at this time?
No.
You fully understand this proceeding this morning?
Yes.
Essentially, you understand, all right. Are you satisfied with your attorney's representation?
Yes.
Did anyone force you to take a plea?
No.
Did anyone promise you anything in exchange for taking a plea today?
No.
And you understand that essentially the time you served in the Fulton County Jail will close your case. You understand that part?
Yes. Yes.
And you understand that you're giving up your right to a trial today by taking a plea?
Yes.
And you're giving up your right to have the state prove these charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt?
Yes.
And should you have any open cases, taking a plea today might affect those. You understand that?
Yes. No.
All
I have
right.
no open case.
All right. As to the charge of willful obstruction, how do you plead?
Guilty.
I accept your guilty plea at this time. If there's nothing further, that concludes Mr. Hellman's case. Nothing further. All right. Best of luck to you, Mr. Hellman. You're free to drop off the screen.
Quick question. How will I get in touch with the probation officer?
Why don't you give your attorney a call?
No, his case is over today. There is no probation. You can call me,
That's the
though.
end of this, but let your attorney explain anything else, okay?
Yes.
All right. All right, are there other announcements?
There is, Judge.
All right, Ms. Helen?
Yes, Judge, for position, and I'll turn my video back on, for position 6 on the Orca B final plea calendar,
Yes.
we're requesting a jury trial, Judge.
All right. And if this is Ms. Riley's case, or is this Ms. Riley, will you please put the state's offer onto the record?
Yes, Your Honor. This is, count 1 would be null prost, count 2, the battery family violence is, or if he wanted to enter a plea to count 4, which is simple battery family violence, it would be 12 months to serve 20 days, credit for time served 20 days, so no additional jail time, the balance on probation, a alcohol and drug evaluation and any treatment that's recommended, and to have no further violent or harassing contact with the victim, I believe it's his stepson, Travion Best.
And your client is not interested in taking that offer at this time, Ms. Helen?
I don't believe so, because according to, and this is just maybe a point of correction, but for, would the state be interested in possibly suspending the rest of that balance with the completion of those conditions?
They would have no objection to that. But the state wasn't asked previously.
Understood. And this is just me asking right now, Judge. Let me just talk to Mr. Davis and give him that one last point again, that the sentence or the remainder would be suspended if you complete the conditions. Just give me 1 second.
All right. All right, and going back to the Orca B final plea, Mr. Randolph, Mr. Greenway's cases, I do not believe can be combined. It seems that they're on 2 separate tracks. Did you want to speak to the state perhaps regarding a global offer for both? But it may not even be possible because I believe the second case is already pending before a division judge. And this is an Orca case. I don't believe we can address both of those.
Wait, I'm sorry.
Position, Mr. Randolph was asking about position 9 on Orca final plea.
Yes, Your Honor. Previously, when we've had defendants with 2 or more cases, we would ask the litigation manager for that division if they would like to allow that case to come to Orca. So we have combined or put 2 different cases for one defendant on Orca calendars, if that is what.
Okay, so what we'll do is we'll reset his case. We'll make that request of judge. What judge is it? Is it Taylor?
I do not know, Your Honor. I could not.
Okay, I don't have a problem with doing that. I think that might be best if we can handle it as an Orca. matter, but I'm not sure. What we'll have to do is likely reset it and ask the division judge if we can address all of the matters as an Orca matter, or if the division judge would like to take this Orca case and combine there.
And we have no objection either way, yeah.
Right, like I said, I don't have the authority to, I could send mine to division, but I can't take from division, so. Let's see. Of the 22 cases are actually, are they in Superior Court?
No, they're both misdemeanors. I got the memo came from Rachel Jinks, who's the head of our state
Okay.
court division.
Okay, so we'll reset it and see if it's possible. And we'll get information regarding how to be combined to give us the most time to figure that out. What is my latest Orca reset date? Can I have that April date again? Okay, we're gonna reset this position 9 on the Orca B final plea to the April the 22nd Orca calendar in the hopes that both cases will be combined. April 20th?
Yes.
I'm sorry, it'll be the 20th. And it's my hopes that either we'll be able to take care of the case that was with division here in Orca. If not, I'm sure it'll appear and you'll get a different notice. Just make sure your address is kept current. All right, Mr. Greenway? Otherwise, you're free to go. You'll be with us on April the 20th. All right?
And Your Honor, I did give Mr. Raffoff the offer for this case that's on our calendar this morning.
All right. It's our hope that it'll stay in Orca and that we can address that other case.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Raffoff, you have another announcement?
Just a minute, let me talk with Mr.
Okay, that's fine.
Barclay.
That's fine. Thank you. Miss Helen, did you have any announcements? She might be speaking with someone else. All right. Miss Riley, was anyone else waiting to speak to you?
Yes, I'm still waiting to speak with Attorney Gaither.
Okay, Mr. Gaither is still in the hall. I hope he gets your call shortly.
I'm wrapping up a call with him now, Your Honor.
All right, wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, Mr.
Barclay.
Barclay, I can't read the first name.
Mr.
He does not qualify, but he wants to enter the plea. And I have talked to him about that. Wants to enter the plea pro se.
All right, he would just take a process free.
I will work on the paperwork and send that to Ms. Younger.
All right, thank you. Now you understand, Mr. Barclay, that no one here can give you any legal advice about how taking this plea will affect you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And you do not wish to have a one-time reset to go find an attorney and speak with an attorney regarding that before I have Ms. Riley do this paperwork?
No, ma'am.
All right. And again, if there are other things and consequences that may happen as a result, the court can't warn you. You would have, you're giving up your complete right to legal representation.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I do think that I have an announcement due on Kenneth Street. He's numbered one on the final plea calendar. I talked to him yesterday. He wanted to take the plea. I have called him and left text messages this morning. I've not heard from him. But I did tell him if he wanted to do the plea, he needed to be here today. But you know, if he couldn't make it Zoom, I don't,
Okay. Thank you.
so again, I talked to him, I think I talked to him twice yesterday about this plea.
Okay.
You can't. No, they're gonna, you can't go, sorry. You can't. Yeah, bring on paperwork. Yeah, just like.
And is everyone in the courtroom represented by Mr. Gaither? I believe so. Okay. Okay.
Come on.
Do I need to raise my hand instead?
I'm sorry, what's your name, ma'am? Oh, you're represented by Miss Helen. Okay. All right, thank you.
I apologize, Judge. I am now ready for those announcements. I went back and spoke to Mr. Davis. We did a.
Wait, tell us which calendar again.
Oh, I apologize. Orca B final plea calendar.
Okay, yes. And he wishes to take the plea, or does he wish to go forward to third trial?
He does wish to take the plea. I am filling it out. Mr. Davis is there in the courtroom. I'm going to scan this to Miss Redding or to the.
This is B, so you're gonna send it to Miss Smith.
I'll send it to Miss Smith, and it could be printed out so that Mr. Davis could sign it.
Could it also be sent to me? I would need to see it to make sure.
Yes,
Thank
yes.
you.
And you said Miss Smith, but what's her first name?
It's Essence.
Oh, Miss Essence. Okay.
All right. And did you have other announcements other than that, please, Miss Helen?
I did for position, and let me pull it up. 21, same calendar, Judge Orca B final plea calendar. We are requesting a jury trial in that case.
Okay, so Miss Wood is not interested in taking the state's offer at this time?
No, Judge, she is not.
Miss Githier, is that your case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Will you
It's my
put the
case.
offer onto the record for Miss Wood's case?
The offer is 12 months probation, family violence intervention program, 16 hours of parenting classes, no further violent contact with the victim, Rodriguez Mabry.
All right, and Ms. Helen, your client has declined that offer and wishes to proceed to a jury trial calendar date. Correct?
That's correct, Judge.
All right, so we do
The state
not
will be
yet.
withdrawing, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Ms. Gutierrez.
I was gonna say the state is gonna be withdrawing that offer if she decides to plead before the trial. It'll be a non-negotiated plea.
Understood.
All right, so we do not yet have jury trial dates. However, jury trial will be scheduled sometime in March. Miss Wood, you're gonna be free to go. Your case will be reset to a jury trial calendar. As the state just explained, the offer we read may or may not be available at that time. Should you take a plea before that date, make sure that Miss Helen has your address. Make sure the court has your address and phone number, but otherwise you'll be free to go. All right, Miss Wood, you're gonna get another notice about when to come back to court. Okay? All right, take care.
And Judge, I'm sending that paperwork to Miss Riley and Miss Smith right now.
Yes, and other announcements, Miss Helen.
No, Judge.
I'm trying to clear out this courtroom as we have one case that's gonna require a weird breakout kind of thing. And if we can get as many people going from in here as possible, it would be ideal. All right? Is anyone else here represented by Miss Helen? No? Okay. All right, Mr. Gaither, I see you. You have several people waiting to speak with you. Have you spoken with Miss Riley yet?
That's what I was waiting to talk to, Judge. I just got through speaking with Miss, prosecutor, Githier.
Would you like to give me the announcements regarding who might be a reset?
I didn't bring my.
Okay, if you're not ready, that's fine.
Please, again, I just want to say if Miss Riley is ready to call.
Miss Riley is working on paperwork, but Miss Riley, Mr. Gaither is ready to speak to you if you could give him a call.
Okay, will do. Give me just a moment. Thank you.
Everybody's waiting on me just.
Your Honor, I have an inquiry. Can't remember whether they made an announcement on number 6 on the Orca E status calendar for Alan Walker.
That one says jury trial.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay, thank you.
Demand.
Is that no longer correct, Mr.
No, that's correct, but I thought I hadn't made the announcement. I'm sorry.
All right, Mr. Ralphoff, are there other announcements? I think you have some clients present on Zoom as well.
I think that's the one I just, oh, Desmond Baskin.
Yes, you have some clients present on Zoom as well.
What was your announcement, Mr. Baskin?
I got offered 12 months probation.
No, don't say those kind of, no.
Okay, I've got
He
you.
wants, no. Mm-mm.
My note says you were, when I talked to you, you requested a jury trial. Is that correct?
Yes.
So Mr. Baskin wants a jury trial date as well?
Is that what you want,
I
Mr. Baskin?
apologize. I'm sorry. Mr. Ralphoff, when we spoke, this is 12 months served 3 days, credit for time served 3 days, balance suspended to be closed today. You said that he was taking that.
Well, I thought he was until I'll call him. Let me call him. I'll get your number.
It seems like there's some confusion. Why don't you give him a call? Yes, Mr. Ralphoff.
4094 is the last 4 digits of your number.
Mr. Baskin, they're asking for your phone number.
4839 is the last 4 digits.
Okay, I've got it. Okay, I will call you right now. It's 864?
Yes.
Okay, I'll call you right now.
Okay.
Anyone else on Zoom represented by Mr. Ralphoff?
In your honor, I have emailed Ms. Riley and Ms. Smith, just waiting for them to get it.
All right, thank you. Ms. Helen, any other announcements?
No, Judge.
And do you have any other clients on Zoom by any chance?
I don't believe so, your honor.
Okay. I believe everybody then is waiting on Mr. Gaither. Are there any private attorneys on the line? Just making sure. All right. We'll go ahead and get ready to take the plea. Wait, we actually have to wait a moment. Thank you. It's for the jury trial.
You remember who had, which solicitor had Desmond Baskin,
It's Miss Riley.
Miss Riley?
She's speaking to Mr. Gaither. She'll be back in
she-
a moment, I'm sure.
Oh, the honor that,
I haven't called him yet. I'm about to call him.
I forgot the
Oh.
problem. He does have a problem. And it's simple. He now lives in Elberton, Georgia, and so he's trying to avoid having to report on probation in full.
I think you can report or probation on Zoom, so if that's a challenge.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. This is a closed case. It's 3 days credit for time served, case closed.
understand.
There is no probation.
Okay. Are you listening, Mr.?
Yes.
Okay.
And Ms. Riley, if you would please give Mr. Gaither a call, I'm trying to clear us out of here if we can.
I understand. Yes, Your Honor. I've
Thank
completed
you.
the paperwork for Mr. Barclay and signed for Mr. Williams, or Davis. So I'll be ready for those once I get back.
Understood.
Desmond Baskin, demand Baskin.
All right. I'd like to start first with your announcements for anyone you'll be requesting a reset for.
Absolutely, Your Honor. Let me.
All right.
And, uh, and that's Miss Riley is back. Desmond Baskin wants to take the plea.
Okay, thank you. I'll work on the paperwork.
And Judge, I didn't know if Mr. Davis was still present in the courtroom, but I have already emailed the plea paperwork.
Yeah, we have it. We have it.
Understood, Judge.
All right. All right, Mr. Victor, we're ready whenever you are.
All right, Your Honor, which calendar would you like to start with? And I can
Um,
just update the court on my discussions and everything. That way, everybody in
right.
court will hear what I have to say as well.
Let's start with Orca final plea.
Okay, Orca
Orca
final.
B.
Okay. Number one, Mr. Alfred Andrews. I just need to, now, I have this, the state and I have talked. I need to speak with Mr. Andrews, and I'm confident that case can resolve today.
Okay.
Number two, same announcement. I need to speak with Mr. Bascom. I
Okay.
believe that case may be able to be resolved today.
Okay.
My position 4, Mr. Dion Blaylock, you present? Let me just ask you, did you finish that community service? You did? Do you have the certificate? You have an email of it? Email it to me. What do you have, an iPhone? Yes, sir. Go in the hallway, you'll see the, you'll see an outlet on the wall. Come on, I got a block.
Okay, what's the announcement?
The announcement on that case, Judge, is that as soon as he emails me confirmation that he's completed the community service, the state will know across his case.
Okay.
And I would just need to see it. So Mr. Gaither, if you can send it to me or show it to me somehow.
Absolutely. And Ms. Riley, what he's doing, his phone went dead, so he's going in the hallway to charge his phone so he can email it to me, and then I'll make that happen, okay?
No problem. Thank you.
All right. Let's see, position 7, we've already reset. My next case is position number 10, Ms. Sheila Hansbrough. You're present, right? Yep, I just need to speak with her. I'm confident that we'll be able to resolve that today as well.
All right.
Ms. Sharika Ivy, I'm sorry, position 13, Judge. Sharika Ivy, that will be a plea today.
Okay.
All right, now, position 14, Michael Omida, he's on the Zoom call, so we're just gonna have to, I haven't had a chance to call him, but I will deal with him. I will call him as soon as I wrap everybody up this
You
here.
represent Sydney Hepburn as well, who I also see on the Zoom.
I represent who?
No, Your Honor, that's.
Oh, no, that's a private counsel. That's right. Mr. Hepburn, did your attorney ever appear? Or did you speak with your attorney, Mr. Hepburn? Okay, we'll keep going for now. Go ahead, Mr. Gaither.
Okay. Position 17, Vashawn Wicker.
Okay.
That is gonna be resolved today, Judge, and we'll give the details, but that's going to involve payment of restitution that he has. We just have to figure out a date and a deadline and how to get the money order to the person, and then a deadline to take these theft prevention classes, and then the state will know across the case. But that's what's coming.
Okay, so in light of that, it sounds like there are some things he's gonna need to do. Is a gentleman? I'm sorry.
Vashawn Wicker, he's
Okay.
present in court.
So, how much time are you requesting that your client be permitted to have?
Now, he has the money, I'm right? He has the money today for the restitution. It's just a matter of, okay, one, what form of payment, cash, money order, and if it's a money order, he needs to make it out to the person, and then, okay, how do I deliver it? Do you really want him to deliver it
No,
directly
we
to the
don't want
person?
him. No, we
Exactly,
don't want him.
exactly. That's the position he's in.
Okay, it's payment of restitution, and that was the only requirement for that particular case?
No, he's to take the
He has a course to take as well?
yes, the
Okay.
theft prevention classes.
Okay, so what I'm thinking we will do is reset his case to the Orca on March the 16th to give him time to take the theft class. I believe he can pay restitution. I'm trying to remember how exactly we did this. If the state has a suggestion, I'm open to that as well. I know before, sometimes we paid into the court's treasury.
I was gonna ask if that was what could be done.
And to be fair, to be fair to the state as well, Judge, the Ms. Githier and I did have a conversation. Since he has the money today, I would not object to a shorter deadline for the payment of restitution, so the person doesn't have to wait until March 16th
Right, I
to finish
understand.
his
The only
class.
problem is we don't have another day to check on it. He could pay
Gotcha.
it in immediately into the court treasury. I don't have the instructions for how to do that. There should be someone who can advise. Ms. Githier, in the past, or Ms. Riley, how have you all directed or advised defendants to make that payment into the court's treasury? Are they able to do that if they're here in the building? They should be, correct? Does anyone know?
I have not done it.
Oh, Ms. Clemens, you're
Clemens,
unmuted.
Judge.
Yes.
Yes, so Judge, usually the victim, I reach out to the victim, they provide me the proof through Zelle or whatever payment form or money order, and I provide it to the prosecutor.
Okay, so I guess that's what we'll do from here. And we'll reset it to the March 2nd show cause calendar in the hopes that all of that will be done by then. All right? All right, so Mr. Wicker, your case is gonna be reset to March 2nd. It's the court's order that you make that restitution payment no later than 2 weeks from today. And you'll show up on March 2nd having proof that you completed the theft class, okay? You're not gonna be able to pay it today, I don't believe. There's some other steps that's gonna have to be taken first. And you'll receive information and instructions. Mr. Gaither, hopefully you'll get, Ms. Clemens, what should he do from here to help with that Zelle payment? Can you give us instructions?
So if he have the victim Zelle information, he can send that, because the Zelle will have the amount sent in it coming from the defendant, and the victim will send that to me, and I'll send it to the prosecutor. Or if he have a money order and he can send it to him, she will take a picture and send it to me, and I'll send it to the prosecutor.
So
In this situation, I would request a money order in this situation, Your Honor.
Okay, so if there's gonna be a money order, he's gonna mail it to the victim? Is that the request? Is that the
Yes.
best? Okay, so Mr. Wicker, what you're gonna, does he have an address to mail it to her? Mr. Gaither? You have that? You don't have an address?
I don't have an address, Judge. And Mr. Wicker doesn't have one either.
Okay, so we don't have that. So what are our other options, Ms. Clement?
I can make life easy. He can you get me the money order? And Ms. Githier, can I put the money order in your hands, or are you in the building? Is there anyone I can give it to?
An investigator, if.
An investigator?
We can have an investigator come down to
Okay.
receive that.
Okay.
All right, so within 2 weeks, you're gonna deliver that payment to your attorney. You're gonna return on March the 2nd, and you will have proof of the theft class at that time, okay, Mr. Wicker? I believe that there is, yes. All right, otherwise you're free to go today. Please stay in contact with your attorney. You might need to get some information from him. All right? All right, so that case will be reset March 2nd, Orca status. All right, Mr. Gaither, other announcement? Oh, he's speaking with his client. All right, Mr.
Yes,
Other
Judge, I'm sorry.
announcements?
Yes, positions 18 and 19,
You need
we're
to
just
speak.
holding just a
Right,
quick,
speak.
and I've told the state what I want to tell you, and that should take but a second. Position 20, Charles Wise, he is here, he's ready to accept the state's offer, which basically is to take 2 anger management courses, and then his case will be null pros.
Okay, thank you. Oh, wait, so he's gonna take the anger management courses and then return to court?
Well, if he can take the anger management courses prior to the next available date, then the state will know across the case.
All right, so Mr. Wise will be also reset to the Orca status conference, at which time he's gonna present proof prior to that date or on that date, hopefully prior, so the state has the opportunity to review it and then present the court with a no prize. So Mr. Wise, if you're here today, please stand. Mr. Wise, are you here? Please stand. You're gonna come back on March 2nd with proof that you've taken those courses. If you've done that, the state will dismiss your case, all right? Okay, so we will see you back on March the 2nd.
And again, Your Honor, if he could just make sure he provides that prior to March 2nd.
Right, that is our hope, yes. Please give that to your attorney and Ms. Githier prior to the 2nd of March. All right? All right. All right, Mr. Gaither, that completes that Orca B. Did you have other clients that you represented on other calendars? Mr. Cox was one,
Yes, Judge.
and you're asking for Mr. Cox. Will that be a plea today?
Let me see. I spoke with the state about Mr. Cox's case. He is here. Let me speak with him. I'm almost positive we can resolve that as well.
All right, and were there other cases that were yours?
Sure. Position number 4 on the Orchid E-Status Conference calendar, Dortisha Richardson, that will be a plea today.
All right.
And then position 5, Margaret Simmons. We need to, the state and I have agreed to, let's reset this case, give the state an opportunity to take a second look at it based on the information that I provided.
All right, so you're asking for a short reset?
Or the next available calendar.
All right, the next available status is that same March 2nd.
Okay.
So we will reset Ms. Simmons to the March 2nd Orca status. Ms. Simmons, if you're present on Zoom, I believe that you were, you're free to go at this time, but you must appear March 2nd at 9 a.m. Please keep your information current with your attorney. Mr. Hepburn, I saw you come back for a moment. Have you spoken with your attorney? Did your attorney intend to appear today? Mr. Hepburn? Yes. All right, have you spoken with your attorney today? Is he intending to appear?
Ma'am, I called my attorney and he didn't answer. I talked to his secretary.
Okay, and what did the secretary inform you?
She just told me to leave a message and he'll call me back.
Okay, we're gonna reset your case one time, Mr. Hepburn. Please tell your attorney today that he's required to be in court at the March 2nd Orca status conference calendar at 9 a.m. Okay?
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
All
ma'am.
right, 9 a.m. Please direct
Yes,
your attorney
ma'am.
to be there at that time, okay?
Okay,
All right,
thank you.
all right. All right, let's take the pro se plea first. That's the case of Mr. Barkley. Thank you. Mr. Barkley, if you're here, come forward to the podium. In case 22 CR 006193 speed, you're charged with simple battery. I'm going to place you under oath. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm the testimony you give today will be the truth to the best of your knowledge and under the penalty of perjury?
Yes, I do.
All right. And you understand that your proceedings today are completely on your own. You have the right to an attorney and you're waiving that right. But you can put your hand down by accepting a plea today.
Yes.
All right. And you do not wish for a further reset to discuss this case with counsel as would be your right.
Correct.
All right. Ms. Riley, if you would please put the state's offer onto the record as
Yes,
well as
Your-
very briefly the factual basis.
Yes, Your Honor. The state's offer is 12 months probation, complete an alcohol and drug evaluation, any treatment that is recommended, and show that to probation. I believe that Mr. Barclay has already completed that. Attend and complete 3 anger management classes or hours, and probation is to terminate upon completion of the conditions. The state would expect the evidence to show that on June 28th, 2021, officers responded to Lantern Lane in Fulton County. Upon arrival, they made contact with the mother of Amari Cummings, who is a juvenile, Miss Aman Cummings, who stated that her male friend, Mr. Barclay, was intoxicated and was play fighting with her son and struck him in the back of the head in addition to putting him in a headlock. And we would expect that would be the evidence that would be shown if proceeding to trial. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Riley. All right, Mr. Barclay, do you agree with the facts as stated by the state? If you have any just genuine dispute as the state's set forth facts, you cannot tell me that you agree and are ready to move forward with the plea. So are you agreeing that this case, the facts as stated by the state are in fact true, that you are the properly identified defendant and that this case took place in Fulton County?
Yes.
All right. To each of those each of those things I stated, the answer is yes.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And reminding you that you're still under oath. Are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol at this time?
No.
And you completely understand this proceeding today?
Yes.
Did anyone promise you anything in exchange for taking a plea?
No.
Did anyone force you to take a plea?
No.
And you understand that by taking a plea, you're giving up your right to have the state prove these charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt?
Yes.
And you're giving up your right to any further court date?
Yes.
And taking a guilty plea may affect employment, probation, or other conditions and terms for which the court cannot advise you?
I was taking no load. Yes, ma'am.
Did the state have any objections to him taking a no-load? The state does not
No
object. to a
objection.
no-load. The state does not object to a no-load plea. All right, and you understand the requirements that you have the classes to take as well as the evaluation to undergo?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, as to the charge of simple battery, Mr. Barclay, how do you plead?
No load.
I accept your no-load plea at this time. Unless there's anything further, that concludes your case.
Thank you.
All right, best of luck to you. All right, we can take Mr. Davis now, the case assigned to Ms. Allen. Mr. Davis, come forward in case 20 CR 005746E. You are charged with battery, simple battery, and possession of marijuana. I am gonna place you under oath. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm the testimony you give will be the truth to the best of your knowledge and under the penalty of perjury?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. You can put your hand down. All right, Ms. Riley, if you would please proceed with giving me the state's offer as well as the brief factual basis.
Yes, Your Honor. The state's offer is to count 2 battery family violence, 12 months to serve 20 days, credit for time served 20 days, no additional jail time. The balance on probation, a alcohol and drug evaluation and any treatment that is recommended. He's to have no further violent or harassing contact with the victim, Travion Best. And probation is to terminate upon completion of the evaluation and or treatment if needed.
Ms. Helen, I'm sorry, I just want to make sure Ms. Helen was present. Ms. Helen, are you here? We may have to do this again, unfortunately. Ms. Helen?
Doesn't seem like she's there.
It just never works out, does it? Ms. Helen? Okay,
we have several other paperwork, that I can work on.
Yeah, that's just the ones that I had printed. I'm trying to go on.
Understood.
Okay, well.
Yes, Judge, I apologize.
Okay, we're gonna take Mr. Davis's plea if you are available.
Mr. Hodges.
And I apologize. Let's Ms. Ryan, I hate to actually do this again, but if you would start again, putting
No
the state's
problem.
offer onto the record as well as a brief factual basis.
Yes, Your Honor. It is a plea to count 2 battery family violence. Count 1 will be null prost. It is 12 months to serve 20 days, credit for time served 20 days, so no additional jail time. The balance is on probation. He is to complete an alcohol and drug evaluation and any treatment that is recommended and have no further violent or harassing contact with the victim, Travion Best. Probation is to terminate upon completion of the conditions. And counts 3 through 6 will be null prost.
And Judge, I just want to make sure I sent that cover sheet correctly. So it's just 1 battery family violence?
Yes, I think he listed all of the charges, but
We did, but we can strike through those.
Okay, I was just gonna rescan a new page, but you guys let me know.
I think we can strike it. I mean, I don't, unless the clerk has any objections to me doing that, Ms. Smith or Ms. Younger, can I just strike through the charges that will no longer, okay. We're just gonna strike through Ms. Holmes.
Okay.
All right, and Ms. Riley, very briefly, the factual basis.
yes, Your Honor. The state would expect the evidence to show if this proceeded to trial that on November 21st of 2020, officers were dispatched to a dispute at 1468 Lucille Avenue in Fulton County. They were advised that a gentleman, Mr. Davis, was acting in was intoxicated and acting in a violent manner. When they arrived, it was discovered that he had gotten his son's face and proceeded to hit him. And scratched him on the wrist, excuse me. And that's what the evidence would be if the state proceeded with trial.
All right, thank you. Ms. Holland, was that your understanding of the offer, and do you stipulate to factual basis, ID, and venue?
Yes, Judge, we do so stipulate, and we ask this court to accept the offer as negotiated. Also, Judge, I'm asking that at least 6 months of those probation fees be waived. I know it's just the alcohol, drug evaluation or treatment, but I just want to ask for those probation fees to be.
I'll waive 3 months, Ms. Helen. She doesn't have an extensive course to take.
Understood, Judge.
All right. All right, Mr. Davis, reminding you that you are under oath. Are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol at this time?
No, ma'am.
Did anyone force or coerce you into taking a plea today?
No, ma'am.
Did anyone promise you anything in exchange?
No, ma'am.
And you understand that by taking a plea today, you're giving up your right to go to court, to challenge the evidence against you, or to present any defenses you may have had?
Yes.
And you're willing to give up your right to any further court date if the state had to prove these charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt?
Yes, ma'am.
And you understand that there's an evaluation for you to undergo?
Yes.
All right, as to the charges I previously listed, Mr. Davis, how do you plead?
Guilty.
I accept your guilty plea at this time. And to clarify, we're getting no process for which positions again, Ms. Riley? Positions 3 through 6 I got, and the state is not
And
processing.
And count one as well.
All right. All right, best of luck to you, Mr. Davis. I believe that will conclude your case.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davis.
All right, Mr. Gaither is not here yet, so we cannot take any of his pleas. But when he does, Mr. Ralphoff, did you have any other cases?
Damon Baskin, but I don't know if the paperwork has been drawn up.
Oh, Carlos.
Okay.
I haven't had a chance yet. I'm getting to that next. I'm working on it. Thank you.
And Judge, could Mr. Raffoff contact Mr. Baskin? Mr. Baskin is contacting me. I've already, I think, announced to him that Mr. Raffoff is his attorney.
He's got my number and I've
Mr.
called him.
Ralphoff spoke with him earlier.
He's got my number.
If Mr. Baskin, if you have other questions, please
turned my
call
phone
your
off.
attorney.
Yes, I'll try to call. I'm sorry.
Okay, Mr. Ralphoff, he's gonna try to give you a call.
Okay.
And Judge, I apologize. The plea paperwork, I left the, for Mr. Davis to sign the defendant line as well as his initials. I don't know if he signed it before he left.
It looked complete to me. Let me check. Otherwise, is he far gone? Mr.
I can call him back.
Call him back and let's see. Oh, he did miss one defendant line.
And the initial line, Judge.
Okay, please call him, tell him to come right back. I think I hear his phone ringing. Yeah, he missed that line. I missed that. And here I put the date, so he's got to sign here. Strike my date, or do you want to reprint it? Yeah, I shred this one.
I can resend it.
It's fine. We just need to reprint it. It's just one page where I signed I put the date where he was supposed to sign. These would remain the same, this over here, there'd be no part A. All right, thank you. That makes sense. You can shred my old ones. I'm gonna ask Ms. Helen, did you get him?
Judge, I tried to call Mr. Davis. I think he may have sprinted out the door, but I have resent those documents. I have signed for Mr. Davis.
Okay.
Signed with consent, and I've resubmitted those, Judge.
All right, thank you, Ms. Helen. She said that she just sent them, so maybe refresh. I enjoyed the use of the word sprint, Ms. Helen. All right, as soon as Mr. Gaither comes back, hopefully we can take a few more, please.
I heard my name off.
No, we're fine. We were just saying that once you return, we can take some of your pleas.
Oh, okay, yeah, if you give me half a second. Then
Yes, you're fine.
At the same time.
I understand.
I tell you what, though, while I'm here, is there any way I guess we can have a quick chat about
If you want to approach,
Ms. Williams' case?
yes, if you want to approach, you've already spoken with
Yeah, I've already
Ms.
said.
Githia. Okay, Ms. Githia, are you here?
Oh, shoot.
I'm going to speak with Mr. Gaither regarding Ms. Williams' case. He's gonna approach me. He said that he's already informed you of what he's gonna tell the court at this time. I was trying to wait till the court was completely clear, but I don't think that that's gonna be entirely possible.
If I may, Your Honor, I'm not saying I don't trust Mr. Gaither, but just, just to make sure that everything that he and I discussed is the same thing that he's going to be discussing with you and not something additional.
No, nothing additional. It won't be nothing additional. Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Ms. Githia? Yeah,
Yes.
it's nothing additional at all. I'm gonna tell her the exact same thing I told you.
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna mute the screen and we're gonna let Mr. Gaither approach as best we can. Or what we can do is, no, there's still people in the courtroom, so it's not gonna make a difference to put Ms. Githia in a breakout. Okay, let's mute. When would you like the reset to be?
To another status.
Look at it. Like, okay, so we will reset Ms. Williams' case, Ms. Githia, unless you have any objection to the next status conference calendar on March the 2nd.
Your Honor, if I may, could that one be reset to another day other than March 2nd? Only because just given the nature of this case, and I'm going to be on leave that day.
Okay, I understand. That's reasonable. Does your leave extend to we don't have a status on the 16th. That's the only reason I'm asking. What is the next available status calendar date following? Could I put, is that April date too? Is there anything between that March and then April? We don't have to. It's not that. It can go to the next whatever scheduled status. I too will be on leave that day, Ms. Cynthia. All right, that's fine. That case will go to that's the next available status calendar with time. So Ms. Williams, your case will be reset to April 20th. Please stay in communication with Mr. Gaither. Please appear on that date, either Zoom or in person, all right? Thank you, Ms. Williams. Take care. Yes, both of those. Ms. Helen, on the document that you signed for Mr. Davis, there is still one line, I believe, that's missing. Let's see.
I'll double check, Judge, and I'll resubmit.
Okay, thank you. Unless maybe I just don't have it. Let's see. On the plea sheet, that's the one that I don't have a signature on.
Hey, Judge, I'm looking at that document for Mr. Davis. Where did I forget the signature?
Let me look. And maybe you resubmit it. Maybe I have an old plea sheet, but my plea sheet didn't have one. Oh, yes, I have it now. You're right, Miss Helen. I think I had an old one in this stack. But I think we're okay.
Thank you, Judge.
If you take another look, just make sure for me that Miss Helen signed everything. I think it's fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Miss Helen.
Still waiting for Ivy. Did Ivy complete the paperwork?
Who represents? That's Mr. Gaith's client, right? Do we have paperwork for Mr. Baskin? No. Okay. I like to do that one if we can. That's one of the few that does not belong to Mr. Gaither. All right, Miss Riley, are you present?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are we ready to proceed with Mr. Baskin?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Baskin, are you present and ready to turn on your Zoom camera? All right,
Yes.
thank you, Mr. Baskin. Mr. Rafa, you ready to proceed? Mr. Baskin, in case 20 CR 003686E, you are charged with hindering a person attempting to make a 911 call. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm the testimony you give today for the limited purposes of taking a plea will be the truth to the best of your knowledge and under the penalty of perjury?
Yes.
All right, you can put your hand down. Do you understand your rights today?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Ms. Riley, please proceed.
Thank you. The state's offer in this case is 12 months to serve 3 days, credit for time served 3 days. The balance is suspended. The case closes today. We would expect the evidence to show, if this case proceeded to trial, that on June 13th of 2020, in East Point, Fulton County, at a hotel, Mr. Baskin did take or snatch the iPhone of his ex-girlfriend, Elise Lewis, as she attempted to call 911 for assistance during a verbal argument between the two of them. And Mr. Baskin, or excuse me, Miss Lewis then destroyed the landline phone. I think that's a typo. Mr. Baskin then destroyed the landline phone as Miss Lewis attempted to make a second call to 911. The state has reached out to the hotel. However, there is no contact person in terms of restitution for the landline phone that was damaged.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Riley. Mr. Ralph, do you stipulate to factual basis, ID, and venue? And was that your understanding of the state's offer at this time?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Baskin, I'm going to ask you some questions to make sure this is a voluntary plea, reminding you that you are still under oath, all right?
Yes,
All right, are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol at this time?
no,
Do you understand this proceeding fully today?
yes,
Did anyone force you to take a plea?
no,
Did anyone coerce you into taking a plea or promise you anything in exchange for taking a plea?
no,
And you understand that by taking a plea, you're giving up your right to a full court date where you can present some evidence in your favor?
yes,
And you also understand that you're giving up your right to have the state prove these charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt.
yes,
And essentially, your case will close today. The time you serve in the Fulton County Jail closes your case. You understand that?
yes,
All right, as for the charge of hindering a person making an emergency telephone call, Mr. Baskin, how do you plead?
um, guilty.
I accept your guilty plea. If there's nothing further, Mr. Rackoff or Ms. Riley, that will conclude Mr. Baskin's case.
We need a street address to complete his paperwork.
Mr. Baskin, are you able to give us a street address?
Yes,
Please go ahead and give it to us.
for right now, I haven't moved yet, but it's 1932 South to Shine Road.
Before you do that, do you anticipate moving very soon?
Yeah, yes, I'm working in Elberton, Georgia, and I have my grandma passed away, so I would have a house left for me in Calhoun, South Carolina, which is across the bridge from there.
Will you be able to receive mail at the address you're giving us now?
Yes,
All right, go ahead and proceed with giving us the address again.
okay. 1932 South to Shine Road, Lithonia, Georgia, 30058.
All right. Is there anything further that we'll need, Mr. Rackoff?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Baskin, that's the end of your case. You're free to go at this time.
Okay.
All right. Take care. All right, are we ready to take any other pleas? I don't think so.
I think that handles all my cases.
All right, Mr. Rackoff, if your business is concluded, you are free to go.
I'll check and see if I can help Mr. Gates or not. I will.
Your Honor, on Mr. Ralphoff is handling the case with Kenneth Street. Did he ever appear?
He did not.
I never located him. I'll try to get him in here tomorrow. I know that he wanted to take a plea, and we discussed whether he should be on Zoom or in person, and I thought we decided in person, but I could not get a hold of him. I called him.
This is a very old case. What we're gonna do is we'll reset one time because Ms. Ralph did in fact speak with him yesterday. The next available final plea is not till March. I don't think I have a choice but to reset it there. Okay, there's a March 3rd final plea. Okay, so we're gonna set Mr. Street for March 3rd final plea.
Your Honor, again, I will be on leave. Can we reset it?
Oh,
for-
that's right. I'll be on leave as well. Okay, so we'll stick with the March 16th date. There is a final plea that day. Mr.
Thank you.
Ralph, please do all that you can to get in touch with your client to make sure he appears to take that final plea. I'm giving him a one-time chance not to get a bench warrant. I don't think that we'll do that again, so.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Ms. Helen, do you have other cases? Or are you? Let some people go to lunch if possible. Then everyone here is holding for Mr. Gaither. Depends on what. Okay.
know that Mr. Cox, and Mr. Anthony Cox has, Antonio Cox has accepted the state's recommendation. We're taking a plea in his case.
Okay, so all remaining cases will be taken to plea. That's include Mr. Andrews, Mr. Bascom. Is it Ms. Hansborough taking a plea as well? Ms. Ivy is taking a plea? Mr. Almeida?
He's the one on Zoom. I haven't spoken to him yet. Is he still there?
Mr. Almeida's still here.
Okay, still here, Your Honor.
Mr. Almeida's here.
What, is he on the final plea calendar?
He is on, yes, on the final plea calendar. He has been reset.
Okay, give me half a second. I'll talk to him.
Okay, and let's go through the rest. Mr. Cox is also taking a plea. Is Mr. Tate here? Is Mr. Tate?
Here, yeah.
And he's taking a plea?
I'm ready to talk to him in just a second.
Okay, very quickly if you can. As quickly as you can in the interest of justice. What's wrong? Okay.
State further.
Miss, whose case is Mr. Tate? Is it yours, Miss Riley? Or yours, Miss Githier, Mr. Tate on the Orca status?
Tate is mine, Your Honor. Ms.
Will you just
Sabrina
put the
Gutierrez.
offer onto the record? We're gonna likely reset, but I'd like to have the offer, please.
Yes, the offer is 12 months to serve 24 hours, credit for time served 4 days, balance probated, a $500 fine, 40 hours of community service, alcohol drug evaluation and any required treatment, risk reduction program, and 1 victim impact panel.
And your client is not interested in that, Mr. Gator?
Not at this time, Judge. We need some more information to see can we persuade the state to reduce it to a reckless driving.
All right, so we will reset to the Orca show cause on March 2nd.
Okay, come here, bro. Come here.
Is there a problem in the house? He needs to watch his tone. Mr. Gates, direct your client to get in compliance with what the deputy is instructing him to do. Please calm down, sir. All right, I'm sorry. March 2nd will be the reset date for Mr. Tate.
I do apologize again.
Oh, again, you're gonna be gone. Okay, so we will put, the next available date, unfortunately, will be that April the 20th. So
Okay.
we will put Mr. Tate on that April 20th status, and it's our hope that it will actually turn into a plea at that time.
Okay, thank you, Your
So
Honor.
please pay close attention to that case if possible, Ms. Githier, all right?
Okay.
Sir, have you had an opportunity to calm yourself down? All right. What? You have something to say to me? Is there a problem?
No problem, Judge. It's taken care of.
It doesn't seem like it. All right. All right. All right. Are we ready to go forward?
If you, matter of fact, Judge, if you give me a half a second, let me check my email. Mr. Blaylock was supposed to send me some documents.
Is that the one we're just addressing? He's going last. So we can go ahead and start taking, please.
Okay. If we can, let me do this since you've been on hold.
What about Mr. Almeida?
That's what I'm saying. If you give me a half a second, let me give him a call.
Okay, that's fine. Do I have any other documents? I know they've been emailing them in. Uh-huh. That's the one he hasn't spoken to. Okay, that's fine. Oh, he's still gotta look at it anyway, but. I'll send it after Miss Younger. I'll send it after he looks at it, but it looks fine. It looks complete. It looks fine to me.
Judge, even the number that Mr. Almeida gave me, it's not going.
Mr. Almeida, we need another number for you, please. Oh, I don't even see him on the chat anymore.
The original numbers that I had, it wasn't able to go through. The number he gave me today wasn't able to go through.
All right.
So we just going to get started.
Okay, and what we can do is if he comes back on, you can speak to him then, and if we have to reset, we will. All right, let's begin with whoever I have paperwork for.
T-shirt. 1 second, Ms. Richards. Come on. Let's go over this real quick.
Is Ms. Riley present? Ms. Githia present?
I'm here, Your Honor.
All right, is Ms. Riley, Ms. Riley, all right, Ms. Riley, I think we're taking your case first.
If they, listen to this.
Okay, I
Hey,
am.
hey, Ms. Raleigh, if you can go in and send the paperwork too for Miss Antonio Cox.
Yes, I'm about to send that right now. That's what I've been working on.
Okay, cool.
Are there any plea positions that belong to Ms. Githia? We can do those.
Yes, Ms. Dortisha Richardson,
All right, let's,
and she is on this sheet of the Orca E status conference calendar, position number 4.
all right.
Come on.
The paperwork I just looked at. Okay.
Yeah, I got it. Oh, I'm sorry. Need to give it to you.
All right, Ms. Richardson, in case 22 CR 0061955, you're charged with simple battery, but it's been reduced to disorderly conduct. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm the testimony you give today for the limited purposes of taking the plea will be the truth to the best of your knowledge and under the penalty of perjury?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. You can put your hand down. All right, Ms. Githia, if you would give us the state's offer in this case, as well as a brief factual basis supporting that offer. If you're speaking, Ms. Githia, you're muted.
Sorry about that. The offer is 12 months probation, 8 hours of community service, and no contact with the victim, Rosemary Key. The state expects the evidence to show that on August 6, 2021, officers were dispatched to 2905 Garnett Way in South Fulton, Georgia, in Fulton County regarding a domestic dispute. The victim, Rosemary Key, advised that Dortisha Richardson slapped her in the face and kicked her car. Ms. Richardson stated she was upset. I'm sorry, let me back up. Ms. Dortisha Richardson had just walked in the home and started asking when Ms. Rosemary asked her when she was leaving and moving out of the residence and began calling her explicitive names. Ms. Richardson stated that she was upset and then went outside and slapped Ms. Rosemary Key while she was sitting in her vehicle and kicked her vehicle.
All right, thank you. Mr. Gaither, was that your understanding of the state's offer? And do you stipulate to factual basis, ID, and venue in this case?
Yes, that is my understanding of the state's offer. We reviewed the report and we stipulated as a factual basis.
All right. Ms. Richardson, reminding you that you're under oath. I'm going to ask some questions to make sure that this is a voluntary plea, okay?
Yes.
Are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol at this time?
No, ma'am.
Are you satisfied with your attorney's representation?
Yes, ma'am.
Did anyone force or coerce you to take a plea today?
No, ma'am.
And you understand that by taking a plea, you're giving up your right to any further court dates regarding this charge?
Yes, ma'am.
And you've been fully explained the requirements of the sentence and what you'll have to do to close out your case.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, as to the charge of disorderly conduct, Ms. Richardson, how do you plead?
No, ma'am.
All right, and the state has no objection to a no look plea?
No objection.
All right, we accept your no look plea at this time. If there's nothing further, Mr. Gators, that will conclude Ms. Richardson's case.
There's nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
And only thing is on this plea sheet, we need her to sign no low. I think we signed nothing.
Okay.
That would be the only thing that I see that needs to be corrected. All right, Ms. Richardson, once you've done that, you're free.
Your Honor.
Yes.
Yes, this is Michael Almeida. I was having connection issues trying to get the call with Mr. Gaither, so I went ahead and immediately joined the Zoom again.
Okay, put a number in the chat and so he can get.
I gave him the number. The only problem that we're having is I cannot stay connected to Zoom and accept the call at the same time.
That's fine, as long as the he's just saying the number he has does not work for you.
So that's probably the case then. If he,
Okay, so we'll keep going, and then once we reach a break, Once we finish these, we'll let you give him a call, okay? All right, so we've completed have we completed Orca B status? We have. Orca B status complete, Orca E final plea is complete. All right. Can we take the case, what other one do we have documents for?
No,
Is
you,
it this month?
no, you're going to,
Because she got it.
yeah, they're gonna talk to you today. Hold on a second.
Okay,
Yeah, because they're gonna talk to you today about the is the probation gonna speak with her today? They'll contact her. Okay, that's what I'm asking. Is she free to leave too? Okay, you're free to leave.
yeah, she's free to go. I had already said it, so you're fine. All right, we're waiting on quite a few sets of paperwork. Are any more complete?
Yes, they're complete. As a matter of fact,
Whose paperwork do we
I
have?
want the same, if I could get 30 seconds to speak with Mr. Cox, just to go over this plea sheet with him, then we can complete this Orca East
Okay.
Status conference call.
Okay. Mhm. I'm gonna try to finish these and then. For the 17th, we do not. I can. All right, are we ready for Mr. Cox? All right, Mr. Cox, in case 20 CR 006218Y, you're charged with criminal trespass. Do you understand your rights today?
Yes, ma'am.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm the testimony you give today for the limited purposes of taking the plea will be the truth to the best of your knowledge and under the penalty of perjury?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. You can put your hand down. Ms. Riley, if you please present the state's case as well as the state's offer.
Yes, Your Honor. The state's offer in this case would be a plea to count 2, criminal trespass, which is 12 months on probation, attend 6 anger management classes or 6 hours of anger management, and have no further violent or harassing contact with Patience Holloway. The balance of probation can be suspended upon completion. The state would expect the evidence to show that on November 19th, 2021, officers were dispatched to a residence on Hickory Lane Circle in Fulton County, or excuse me, Union City, Fulton County. Upon arrival, they met with Ms. Holloway, who stated that when she came home, her boyfriend hid in her bathroom in the dark after being let into the home by one of her children and caused damage to the home and to her. However, the state, in exchange for a plea today, would only be moving forward on count 2.
All right.
Thank you.
Mr. Gaither, was that your understanding of the offer? And do you stipulate to factual basis, ID, and venue?
Yes, it is. That is, and we stipulate to venue and identification.
All right. Correct, because this is a no-low plea, correct?
Yes, correct. Judge.
Ms. Riley, does the state have any objection to a no-low?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Cox, are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol at this time?
No.
Are you satisfied with your attorney's representation?
Yes, ma'am.
Did anyone promise you anything in exchange for taking a plea?
No, ma'am.
And did anyone force you to take a plea?
No, ma'am.
And you understand you'll have no further court dates regarding this, and you're giving up the right to have the state prove these charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt.
Yes, ma'am.
And you understand that you have some anger management courses to take, and you're to have no further violent contact with Ms. Holloway.
Yes, ma'am.
And you further understand that you need to report it to probation.
Yes, ma'am.
As to the charge of criminal trespass, Mr. Cox, how do you plead?
Say it again.
How do you plead for the charge of criminal trespass?
No law.
I accept your no plea. If there's nothing further, that concludes your case.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Gaither, anything further?
Nothing further, Judge.
All right, Ms. Riley, anything further?
Nothing for the state, Your Honor.
All right, that concludes your case. You should be free to go, Mr. Cox.
All right, thank you.
All right, take care. Don't want to see you back, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, who do we have next?
Wait, just for clarification, Mr. Cox has to do the classes and I'm reacclimating myself into the system. Is that something that probation can direct him to?
Yes.
Or does he need to go and Google search? Okay,
He can report to probation, who should give him some direction.
got you. Thank you, Judge. Probation will reach out to me. Okay, then I'll tell you what to do. Okay.
And Your Honor, while we're waiting, I think this concludes this calendar, but I did not hear an announcement for position 5. Ms. Simmons.
We're resetting to March the 2nd to give some time to collect additional evidence.
Thank you.
And I didn't realize, is that one that we could move also?
Oh, that's right, that's your vacation. Okay. I think we had preset that one, Ms. Githia. Mr. Gaither, do you have any objection to us setting Ms. Simmons' case on the March 16th calendar instead of the 2nd and her getting noticed from that?
No objection, and I'll let her know.
Okay, we'll change that, Ms. Githia.
Thank you.
All right.
Your Honor, I'm still waiting. This is Michael Almeida.
I know,
believe I
please
was waiting
wait.
okay,
I know,
no problem.
continue to wait. Thank you. It may be that we have to reset, Mr. Almeida.
That probably might be the best thing.
I
to do,
think
Judge.
so. Mr. Almeida, even though you're on a final plea calendar, you've not had the opportunity to speak with counsel, and we've had some connection issues. Therefore,
Right.
your case is gonna be reset to the final plea calendar on March the 16th. Mr. Gaither will
Okay.
make contact with you on or before then, all right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Before he goes.
Yes, sir.
Let me do this. I'm running to the chat very quickly. All I'm gonna do is direct message. You see, he's under what name?
Michael Almeida.
Give me a second. What I'm doing is I'm putting. Mr. Almeida, what I'm doing is putting my contact information in the chat for you, okay?
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you,
No
sir.
problem.
All right, I now have paperwork for Mr. Andrews. If Mr. Andrews could come forward. All right. Oh, I can't see around this. All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Andrews, please raise your right hand. In case 20 CR 004421E, you are charged with one count. Sure. You're charged with one count of battery, family violence. Do you swear and affirm the testimony you give today will be the truth to the best of your knowledge and under the penalty of perjury?
I do.
All right, you can put your hands down. Do you understand your rights?
Yes.
All right. Ms. Riley, if you proceed, is it your case, Ms. Riley?
It is, yes, Your Honor.
Okay, please proceed.
Thank you. The state offer in this case to battery family violence is 12 months to serve 3 days, credit for time served 3 days upon arrest, no additional jail time. The balance of this case is suspended. This case closes today. The state would expect the evidence to show if we proceeded to trial that on August 22nd of 2020, officers were dispatched to Scott Circle in East Point, Fulton County, reference to a fight call. Upon arrival, they made contact with the alleged victim, Ms. Sims, who alleged that Mr. Andrews during the fight hit her in the back of the head and dragged her, which caused her to bleed from her right knee. And that is the evidence the state would expect to present.
All right, Mr. Gaither, do you stipulate to factual basis, ID, and venue? And was that your understanding of the offer today?
That is my understanding of the plea offer. We stipulate to identification and venue. And we understand that that's the state's version, but we're ready to move forward with the plea today.
Okay, and the state has no objection to a no low plea?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Andrews, are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol at this time?
No, ma'am.
Did anyone promise or coerce you to promise you anything in exchange for taking a plea?
No.
Did anyone force you to take this plea?
No, Your Honor.
And are you satisfied with the services and advice of your attorney?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you understand that by taking the plea today, you're giving up your rights to go to trial and present any evidence you may have had?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you understand that you're giving up the right to prove the charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt?
Yes, Your Honor.
And the time that you served should essentially close your case. All right, as to the charge of battery, family violence, Mr. Andrews, how do you plead?
No law.
I accept your no plea. Is there anything further from Mr. Gaithers or Ms. Riley?
Nothing
further from the defense.
All right, Mr. Andrews, that should close your case. You should be free to go at this time. All right, who do we have next?
We have next coming to the plate, Mr. Montar Bascom, position 2.
Okay, Mr. Bascom, if you would come forward. All right, in case 20 CR 004499E, you're charged with battery family violence with the offense date of June the 22nd. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm the testimony you give today will be the truth to the best of your knowledge and under the penalty of perjury?
Yes.
All right, you can put your hands down. Do you understand your rights here as well?
Yes.
All right. Ms. Riley, is it your case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Please proceed.
Thank you. The state's offer for this case is 12 months to serve 2 days, credit for time served 2 days. The balance is on probation, a family violence intervention program, and to have no further violent or harassing contact with the victim, Kendasia Brown. And the state would expect the evidence to show, if this case proceeded to trial, that on June 22nd of 2020, officers were dispatched to Harbor Lakes Parkway, Fairburn, Georgia, Fulton County, in reference to Miss Brown, the mother of his child and live-in fiance, striking her in the face, causing visible injury to her lip. And that's what the evidence the state would expect to prove, excuse me.
All right, Mr. Gaither, do you stipulate to factual basis, ID and venue? And was that your standing of the offer?
Yes, that is my understanding of the offer. We have no, we stipulate to identification and venue. And we asked that the court accept this case under the first offender statute. And we've also attached a letter of completion that Your Honor probably should have in your hand with his plea paperwork showing that he has already completed a 24-hour week of family violence intervention program that he completed on March the 20th, 2021. He was very proactive, got ahead of his own case. He and the young lady are still together. They intend to get married at some point. And so we ask that the court consider all of this.
All right, I will allow the first offender. Is there a form? I can never remember if there's a form. Does the state have any objection to us permitting him to proceed under the first offender statute?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, I don't remember if there's a special form for that, Mr. Gaither. Mr. Fox, okay. All right, I'm gonna ask you some questions, Mr. Bascom, to make sure this is a voluntary plea, okay?
Okay.
Reminding you are under oath. Are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol at this time?
No, ma'am.
Did anyone promise you anything in exchange for taking the plea?
No, ma'am.
Did anyone force you to take a plea?
No, ma'am.
You understand you have no other court dates regarding this case by taking the plea today?
Yes.
And you understand the requirements. You've completed the course, but you can still have no further violent contact with the alleged victim in this case. You understand that?
Yes.
All right, as to the charge of battery, family violence, Mr. Bascom, how do you plead?
Guilty.
I accept your guilty plea at this time. Is there anything further, Ms. Riley or Mr. Gaither?
Nothing further from the defense, Judge.
All right, best of luck to you. Best of luck to you, Mr. Bascom. You should be free to go.
All right, thank you.
All right, who do we have next?
Can I just jump in really quickly? Going back
Yes, Ms. Gideon.
Going back to Dortisha Richardson, I don't think I said valid suspended upon completion. If I did not state it, I just wanted to perfect the record on that one.
Maybe, did you say suspended or did you say non-reporting?
Suspended.
Oh, suspended, okay. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Vivian. All right, we have two cases.
Next will be position 13, Ms. Ivy.
All right, Ms. Ivy, please come forward. Ms. Ivy, in case 20 CR 00517E, you're charged with battery against a pregnant female with the offense date of May the 24th of 2019. Do you understand your rights today? Yes, ma'am. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm the testimony you give today will be the truth to the best of your knowledge and under the penalty of perjury? Yes. All right, you can put your hand down. All right, Ms. Riley, or this Ms. Gutierrez. Ms. Gutierrez, please proceed.
Yes, Your Honor. The offer in this count for battery against a female who is pregnant is 12 months to serve 24 hours, credit for time served 24 hours, balance probated, an 8-hour anger management class, and no further violent contact with Tiffany Pierce. The last name is spelled Pierce. Balance suspended upon completion. The state expects the evidence to show that on May 24th, 2019, officers responded to a dispute at 1919 Metropolitan Parkway Southwest that originally occurred at 586 Amal Drive Southwest, located in Fulton County. The officer met with Ms. Shakira Ivy, who stated that she had gotten into a dispute with Tiffany Pierce and that she pushed Ms. Pierce first. Ms. Pierce stated that she was 8 months pregnant at that time. And that concludes the factual basis, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Ms. Gutierrez. Mr. Gaither, do you stipulate the factual basis ID and venue in this case? And without your understanding of the offer at this time?
That is my understanding of the offer. We stipulate as the identification and venue. We did hear the factual base. There is a factual basis for the case, Judge. But just to add that we're asking for first offender treatment for this case, and particularly because if the defense was to present its side of the story, long story short, this was an incident that really got blown out of hand. My client was actually interjecting and trying to defend her mother's from an argument that happened with the state's complaining witness and her mother. It got out of hand, and that's where we are today. But we would just like to present those facts just to make sure that this is not that the court knows this is not a case that was more serious than what the police report shows. And we ask that the court allow her to plead on the first offender, Judge.
Ms. Gutierrez, what is the state's position regarding first offender status?
The state does not have any objection to a first offender.
All right, we'll allow it to proceed under first offender. All right, Ms. Ivy, I'm gonna ask you some questions to make sure this is voluntary. Are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol at this time? No. Are you satisfied with your attorney's representation? Yes, ma'am. Did anyone force you to take a plea? No. Did anyone promise you anything? No. For taking one? And you understand that by taking the plea, you're giving up your right to any further court dates regarding this particular case? Yes. And you're giving up your right to have state prove these charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt? Yes. And you understand that this plea may affect employment, probation, or other matters that you may have discussed with your attorney? Yes. And you understand that you have to take the 8 hours of anger management and have no further violent contact with Ms. Pierce? Yes, ma'am. All right, as to the charges I previously listed, how do you plead? Guilty. I accept your guilty plea at this time. If there's nothing further, I believe that will close your case. All right? Yes, thank you. All right. All right. The last person we're waiting for is Ms. Hansborough, correct? All right, we can wait for the paperwork, but I'm gonna go ahead and start asking her questions. All right, Ms. Hansborough. All right, please come forward. We haven't done your paperwork yet. We're gonna go ahead and ask you your questions and wait for it to come forward. I think he said no, though. Ask Mr. Gaither to circle it for you. So make sure it's correct. I didn't catch that. All right, Ms. Hansborough, in case 20 CR 001158E, you're charged with simple battery and making a false report with the offense date of December the 6th of 2019. Do you understand your rights here today? Yes, Your Honor. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm that the testimony you give today will be the truth to the best of your knowledge and under the penalty of perjury? Yes, Your Honor. All right, thank you. You can put your hand down. Mr. Gaither, have you had the opportunity to speak with her
Yes, I have, Judge.
regarding this?
Yes,
Is she prepared to move forward with the plea line of inquiry?
yes, she is.
All right, thank you. Ms. Riley, if you give us the state's position as well as the factual basis.
Yes, Your Honor. The state's offer in this case is to, count one will be no cross. Count two is 12 months to serve 15 days. Credit for time served 15 days upon arrest. The balance on probation and attend or complete, an alcohol and drug evaluation and any treatment that is recommended. The balance of probation can be suspended upon completion of the conditions. The state would expect the evidence to show that on December 6th of 2019, Ms. Hansborough contacted police and a thorough investigation was done alleging that position 11, Sydney Hepburn, had kidnapped their child as well as assaulted her by hitting her and causing injury. The officer, through his investigation, spoke with Mr. Hepburn as well as the actual mother of the child she reported as kidnapped, Miss Amy Lewis. to which it was determined that Ms. Hansborough was not the mother of the child that she reported having been kidnapped, as well as through investigating that case, Ms. Hansborough admitted to making the incident up. And that's what the state would expect the evidence to show.
All right, Ms. Hansborough has not fully completed out the probation sheet, so we'll need to do that as well. All right, Ms. Hansborough, are you satisfied with the services that your attorney has rendered in this case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did anyone force or coerce you to take a plea today?
No.
Are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol at this time?
Nope.
And you fully understand this entire proceeding?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and you understand that by taking the plea, you're giving up your right to a court date and your right to have the state prove these charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you further understand the requirements of the sentence?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, as to the charge of false report of a crime, how do you plead, Ms. Hansborough?
Guilty.
All right, I accept your guilty plea at this time. Please complete that probation form in its entirety so that they can keep up with you.
Oh, and Judge, was it noted that we asked him for first offender treatment on this?
It was, Ms. Riley, will you give me the state's position regarding first offender?
You have no objection to first offender, Your Honor.
We'll allow the case to go as first offender. Thank you. All right, I believe that's completed the entire calendar with the exception of the email that needs to be sent.
It's going crazy.
Okay.
And Your Honor, I did receive some emails from Mr. Gaither regarding community service, but it does not show me anything. Mr. Gaither, okay, there it is. Never mind.
Got it? Okay, okay.
Yes, I apologize. Thank you.
Don't worry, but I got that.
All right, I'm sorry, Ms. Riley. Have you reviewed it and received
have.
this information?
And I did.
Judge, is Miss,
email-
I'm sorry, oh, is Miss Ivy free to go?
Ms. Ivy's finished.
Oh, yeah, you're done. You're free to go. Okay, take care.
I just emailed the no pros to Ms. Smith and Mr. Gaither.
Okay, and that was, I'm sorry, remind me what position that is again.
Position 4 on the Orca B.
All right, so Mr. Blaylock, you are now free to go. All right, that's the end of your case. Watch your behavior in court, though. Don't want to see that anymore. That was not appropriate. All right. All right. Oh, I'm not gonna run out. I got you. I'm not gonna run out just yet. I believe that concludes the entire Orca calendar. If we would like to review it. Or I'm not sure, do we need to review it? There may be questions, so let's review.
Yes, please.
All right, which one are we starting with?
Can you hear me?
Now, a little bit.
Is this on? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry. Orca E status, position 1, Irvin Barclay with a plea. Mr. Cox, position 2 was a plea. Position 3, Hellman was a plea. Position 4, Richardson was a plea. Position 5, Simmons was a reset status, March 16th. And position 6, Walker was the reset for jury trial, which will be further notice. Orca E final plea, Mr. Street would be a reset March 16th for a final plea.
Thank you.
Orca B status conference, position 1, no cross. Position 2, transferred MMC. Position 3, no cross. Position 4, reset status conference, April 20th at 9 a.m. Moving on to Orca B, final plea calendar. Position 1, plea. Position 2, plea. Position 3, plea. Position 4, no cross. Position 5, plea. Position 6, plea. Position 7, reset final plea Thursday, March 16th at 9 a.m. Position 8, plea. Position 9, reset final plea Thursday, April 20th at 9 a.m. Position 10, plea. Position 11, reset status conference Thursday, March 2nd at 9 a.m. Position 12, reset final plea Thursday, April 20th at 9 a.m. Position 13, plea. Position 14, reset final plea Thursday, March 16th at 9 a.m. Position 15, reset status conference Thursday, March 2nd at 9 a.m. Position 16, jury trial demand further notice for the month of March. Position 17, reset status conference Thursday, March 2nd at 9 a.m. Position 18, reset status conference Thursday, April 20th at 9 a.m. Position 19, reset status conference Thursday, April 20th at 9 a.m. Position 20, reset status conference Thursday, March 2nd at 9 a.m. Position 21, jury trial demand further notice for the month of March.
Can I ask this for one rescheduling, position number 15, it was March 2nd, if that one could be rescheduled for March 16th? That was Patrice Helen's case?
Understood.
Okay.
And on that position, I have a note that it's supposed to be in person or the plea paperwork to be in advance. Will that be noted on the notice?
I want to make sure. I
It won't be on the
understand.
notice, but his attorney, please, Ms. Helen. If you
I apologize, Judge, for position 15, the reset date was March 16th for show cause.
Yes, I
And then,
believe.
and then 16 is the jury trial request for March.
I'm sorry, I thought 15 was a status calendar.
Yes, have status.
Correct, I have status too.
Okay, yes, 15 is going to a status. It was originally the 2nd, and now we're making it the 16th.
Correct, Judge.
Okay, and position 16, yes, is going to a jury trial.
Understood, Judge.
Okay. Now, yeah, the notices are not gonna say in person or bring the paperwork, but Ms. Helen, if you would advise your client that we need to get that paperwork ahead of time or come in person if they're not able to do it.
And yes, Your Honor, any pleas or jury trial or bench trial, I'm informing everyone that that's in person.
Okay.
Send over the acknowledgement forms for those.
Okay, and Ms. Helen, we're missing some acknowledgement forms, if you could send those over for your clients.
Awesome. Have those already been emailed to me? I'll sign them and send them right back.
Yes, they've already been.
They've been
Okay.
sent to you with the information I have. All right, I believe that concludes the Orca calendars today. Great job, everyone. It was quite a heavy calendar. Lots of pleas were taken. Everyone put in great effort. I really appreciate it. Take care, everyone. It'll be a while before I see you again.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
Take care, Judge.
Okay,
See you
bye-bye.
next time.
See you next time,
Bye.
Judge.
Okay,
See you next
bye-bye.
time. Bye-bye.
Woo, chair.